All right. I apologize if my voice is a little raw today. I just had a scope past my vocal cords, which is not fun. Do not recommend. If you go to the ENT doctor, they start telling you, oh, we're going to put this numbing spray in your nose and we're going to put a scope. Tell them no. Tell them slow down. Like, why? What are you thinking? Like, why don't you do a cursory exam first and then figure out if, like, man, it's fucking awful. Also, I'd like to just ask a question before we get into the meat of today's show. When did our whole society become fucking brainwashed and just accept everything at face value and not like question anything? And I walk in and they're like, we need a copy of your driver's license. No, you don't. One of my two insurance cards is a federal photo ID. You don't need my driver's license. You want my driver's license. You have a policy that says you want a copy. It's like when I was filling out the paperwork, it was like your social security number, XXXXX, and then the last four numbers. And they were like, we need your full social. No, you don't. You don't need my social. You're not the Social Security Administration. What do you need it for? And then they said, well, it's how your insurance is processed. I said, no, my insurance, it's not. I said, my insurance is processed with a DOD ID number. So no, my social isn't needed. And then the lady's like, well, we need it. And I was like, no, you really don't. People are familiar with driver's license. Right. People are familiar with driver's licenses. It's like, but when I say to you, what do you need my driver's license for? And they say, well, we need a photo ID. That's my retiree ID. My retiree ID has my photo on it. Well, our system is set up. Well, that sounds like a you fucking problem, man. It sounds like a you problem. But everybody's just trained. Yeah, good morning, by the way. Everybody's just trained to be sheeple. Everybody's trained to not, like, why do you need my full social? Why do you need a copy of my driver's license? Like, why do you need these things? If you can articulate a reason for why you need these things, I'll give them to you. And, you know, if I wasn't a retiree and I didn't have a federal ID card, I would be like, nah, cool, I understand. You need to, like, I get it. You need to have a photo ID. You need to see one to confirm who I am. And, like, my hospital group, this place wasn't in network. It's in network, but it's not part of the medical group. When you go into your appointments, they don't need to ask to see a photo ID. They've got a picture of you. You have to consent at HSHS. You have to give them a photo ID when you first become a patient. You have to consent to a photo being taken of you. And that way, every time you go, they look. And when people say, well, why would they do that? It's because people have used other people's names to go in and get an appointment, to get a doctor's visit, using somebody else's insurance. And you have no idea how much that messes up the waters. I just think it's funny, though, that when you challenge or when you buck the system, you can clearly see that we must be living in a simulation. Yeah, you don't need my driver's license. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Speaking of not knowing what to do, this weekend, the St. Louis airport was crazy. I wasn't down there myself, but there were 80,000 people trying to fly out of the airport. They all went at the same time. Let me see if I can pull this up quickly. It was unreal, man. Should be under St. Louis Airport. Yeah. St. Louis had this big convention.
Something happened at St. Louis's airport today that I have never seen happen before.
Like, look at this line. It is from the building all the way down the street to the highway. Like, what in the world?
We got tons of people's videos and pictures. It was all over social media. Essentially, people lined up all the way from the terminal to the street. And people said it took them hours to get inside the airport. Some people missed their flights today. And a lot of people were asking us, what is going on? Why did this happen? So it turns out there has been a huge convention happening in St. Louis for the last 10 days. It's the Seventh-day Adventist Church Convention. They said an estimated 100,000 people were in St. Louis over the last 10 days, visiting, attending this convention, many of them all trying to leave today. And that is what jammed up the airport. Airport officials say they were exceptionally busy today. But we also wanted to ask, what was the economic impact of that convention? And I have some of those numbers here from Explore St. Louis. They say that $58 million was spent in our region due to this convention, with $2.75 million generated in local tax revenue. So that's something right there. This was a highly coveted convention that St. Louis got its hands on and hopes to host again.
I hope that when they host it again, they let everybody else know. Like, I would have been pissed. I would have been pissed if I had gotten to the airport. Like, I would have poked my head in and been like, yeah, I don't need to go in that line because I have TSA pre-check. Like, that's one of the clearest reasons why I have TSA pre-check. I'm not waiting in a line that goes all the way down to the street. I blame social media. Everyone is so used to putting all their info out there for free. And with everything having an app that needs all your info, you can't get a cup of coffee or a gallon of gas without a rewards app anymore. That's actually a really, really good point. People are just becoming too familiar with putting all of their information out, like putting it in everywhere. You're absolutely right. It has just become second nature to people to just be like, oh, you need my social, you need my this, you need my that. Like, it's weird. You call the doctor's office and they're like, can I get your social? Fuck no, you can't. Why do you need it? Well, that's how you are in our system. No, I'm pretty sure I'm in your system is last name and date of birth. Like, it's surprising to me. Let's talk about AOC, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, and not knowing the first fucking thing about you would think that at this point, with how long she's been a representative, that she would maybe know a few things. Let's listen to what she has to say.
Breaking the law.
How are they breaking the law?
It is U.S. federal statute that United States members of Congress have open access to detention facilities, and it is illegal for ICE to block entry for investigations of those facilities. They blocked and barred members of Congress from investigating these facilities at the start of this in Los Angeles, in New York. This is documented. Do your job.
They got into investigate the facility. Yeah, they did.
Okay. So there is no statute that says members of Congress may inspect immigration facilities. There is no federal statute that says that. There is no federal statute that says that. Article 1 of the Constitution gives Congress the power to oversee the executive branch. And as part of that oversight, members of Congress, especially those on the, quote, relevant committees, often conduct site visits, but they coordinate those site visits. Members of Congress from Homeland Security, Judiciary, Oversight and Reform, they regularly visit detention facilities. This type of access, though, is coordinated. Like, hey, we're planning on coming for an oversight visit on the 17th of July. That's this week. That's going to be a little tight. I can get the Congress people in, but their aides won't be able to come in because I don't have enough time between now and then to vet them. Or we're talking about coming in on the 17th of August. Yeah, sure. Give me a list of names. I'll have everyone vetted. There is actually a Prison Rape Elimination Act and certain ICE standards that allow for external inspections, but those are for non-government organizations and government auditors. But yeah, the idea that in 2019, House Oversight Chair Elijah Cummings said denying members of Congress access to these facilities could constitute obstruction of Congress. Great. The problem is you don't have an inherent right to walk into those facilities anytime you want, but you're making it sound like as a member of Congress, you have the right to go anywhere, anytime. I guarantee you, as a member of Congress, you show up at the base, you show up at the gates of a base, they're going to be like, it's great that you're a member of Congress. Your ID card doesn't get you in here. If you coordinate it, you'll get in. My question is, why is everybody always doing the dog and pony show? Why is it that, like, I am not against anybody. No way the wing commander would 100% fold and let them in. No way. No, he wouldn't. You know why he wouldn't? Because I've been there. I've been at the gate. I've been ready to be the escort for people to come on base. And they've been told, you and you can come in because you're on the memo, and you can't because you're not, and we had no idea that you were coming. And so then it becomes, would you three like to come in because you're on the list? And would you two like to wait at the visitor center while we coordinate bringing you on the base? Now, are there sometimes, some places, some occasions where it doesn't work out like that? Absolutely. For example, you have a congressman who's a veteran, who's a retiree, who has escort privileges on their ID. And they're like, I'll escort my one person. Sure, absolutely. But no, wing commanders aren't going to fold. The reason why the wing commander's not going to fold is the wing commander's stuck in basically an impossible situation. If he doesn't let him on, he'll face political pressure. If he does let him on, he'll face DOD pressure for why'd you allow unauthorized individuals onto the base. It's an impossible situation, so he's going to go with the lawful way that covers his ass. I'm sorry, I can't let you in. You don't have clearance to come onto this piece of airplane patch. Yeah, I've been there, and we've told Congress people you can't come on because you're not on this memo. You're not on this coordinated list. Have they been brought on the place escorted? Yes. Do they then throw a fit that they can't go wherever they want? Yes, they do. That's why you don't let them on. You're not coming on. If you want to be escorted on, you go where your escort tells you. Like when I bring you on the base, if I bring you on the base, you go where I tell you. If I tell you you're not going over there, then I'm going to call security forces and say, hey, somebody escorted on the base is no longer going where I want them to go. Like, and then there's places you can't go to the non-nuclear weapons related material facility, even if you're being escorted. You have to specifically be cleared to go in there. You want to go on the flight line, you have to have somebody with an escort badge. If you don't have it, like a lot of people in the military don't understand that. Your badge lets you go into that area. Unless you have an E on your badge for escort privilege, you can't bring anybody with you. But no, congressmen have been stood at the gate. And yeah, public relations, public affairs, military coordination, congressional liaison, they're working really quickly. Yeah, go talk to the Secretary of Defense until I hear from the chain of command, you're not coming on the base. Because then they try to do that shit, well, I'm a United States Senator, I'm a United States Congressperson. Don't give a shit. Don't care who you are. You're not getting on the airplane patch. Period. And guess what? That's the right answer. That's the absolute right answer. The only person I could see being allowed without future notice anywhere is the president themselves. Well, the president gives himself the clearance. Like, the president literally can say, I authorize myself access to this area. All he has to do is sign the piece of paper. Like, he is the top of the food chain. Generally, the president's vetted to go everywhere, and so are his aides. So are senior officials. It's when we have Congress people showing, like, why are you showing up at an ICE detention facility? And here's where we've got such a divide in America. You're worried about going to ICE detention facilities. Why don't you go to, like, Cook County lockup? Why don't you go to what a shithole Cook County lockup is? Why are you worried about ICE detention facility before you're worried about the city of Chicago? I don't know about you guys, but I think the way Americans get treated in American detention facilities is bullshit. Like, for example, I don't know if you're aware of this controversy with a TikTok creator called the Older Millennial. Joe's got a bunch of things going on. But one of the things that happened with him was he got picked up on a warrant, and he got picked up after the transfer time on Wednesday. And so he spent Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and the first half of Wednesday in jail on a probation violation. Then spent Thursday and half of Friday in jail, except this half of Friday became a full day Friday, a full day Saturday, a full day Sunday, and a half day Monday in jail, because by the time he got picked up and transferred on Thursday, he didn't get in to see the judge on Thursday. Friday was a holiday, Saturday was a holiday, Sunday was a holiday, so he didn't see the judge until Monday. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and a half days in jail on a probation violation. Now, I'm not defending him. A bunch of shit that he did was wrong. A bunch of shit that he did was he thought he was right. But he spent 11 and a half days in jail because they only do the transfers 1 day a week from one county to another. But we're worried about going to ICE detention facilities. So if you miss the day of the transfer, you're in jail for 6 days. What the fuck is that? So I'm not against the Congress people wanting to go to ICE detention facilities. I'm not against that. But just do what a congressperson should do. Call and coordinate the visit. Oh, well, we have the right to go there. No, you don't. If you want the right to do that, pass a fucking bill that gives you the right to do that. Right? What's so hard about that? What's so hard about them saying the Immigration Oversight Committee wants to have access directly into these facilities? And we're at war with each other. The entire system is broken. The entire system is now completely fucked. The Democrats and the Republicans act like they're two different, they represent two different countries. And speaking of representing two different countries,
How are they breaking?
we need to get some education in this fucking country. we need a whole lot of education. Where is the woman with the first black president? This shocked me.
What if I told you George Washington was not the first president? It was a black man. Yep, a Moor by the name of John Hanson. He became the first black president and first president after the Declaration was signed.
The Declaration Proclamation. The what?
Was when Abraham Lincoln, that's a whole nother story, but Abraham Lincoln was racist. Okay, he didn't care about black people. But when Abraham Lincoln signed that, 4 years later, John Hanson became the first president. He was a black man.
The fuck are you talking about?
Everybody needs to get this book. He's also on the back of the $2 bill. John Hanson is his facts. He's on the back of the $2 bill. His picture. The first black president, and the first president was not a white man. It was not George Washington. There was plenty of presidents before George Washington. Actually, 8 presidents to be exact, before George Washington. Or at least in recorded history. If you guys want to learn history like this and more things, get this book Black AF History before it goes out of stock. Click the orange shopping cart.
What the fuck are you talking about? Yes, the first president of the United States of America is John Hanson. That is absolutely true. The first president of the United States was John Hanson. It was not George Washington. It was John Hanson. The only problem is under the Articles of Confederation, there was no executive branch. So, first of all, under the Articles of Confederation, yes, 8 men served as presidents of the United States in Congress assembled. But there was no executive branch. They were all white guys. They were all white dudes. The John Hanson that she's talking about was an American who went to Liberia and became a representative. John Hanson purchased his freedom, went to Liberia, became a senator there. The John Hanson of the Articles of Confederation died in 1783, long before the Liberian senator was active in politics. How the fuck did you just get done reading a book?
What if I told you George Washington was not the president? It was a black man. Yep, a Moor by the name of John Hanson. He became the first black president and first president after the Declaration was signed.
After the Proclamation Declaration. Look, not trying to be mean here, but if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, do us all a favor and shut the fuck up. But this is the problem with social media. Yeah, obviously, since it appears in a book, it's a fact. But let's not forget, there's an entire book called Lies My Teacher Told Me. But let's give the schools more money, right? Let's give the schools more money. Because that's what the schools need. The schools need more money.
Wisconsin is doubling down on calls for the state of Illinois to fund Chicago public schools. The teachers union says it wants Governor Pritzker to allocate more than $1 billion to CPS. And today, the mayor is supporting that move.
The city of Chicago and districts across the state are not fully funded by the state of Illinois. Again, it's one of those areas where I'm going to need more people to get active, to challenge not just city government, but the state government as well, to fully fund our schools, because the crisis that we are experiencing is a crisis of the result of failures of the past.
CPS is facing a budget deficit of more than $730 million. Pritzker has previously said there are no plans to boost funding for CPS.
There shouldn't be any plans to boost funding for CPS. First of all, how the fuck do you have almost $1 billion budget, right? How do you have almost $1 billion budget only to not educate the damn kids? Schools don't need more money. Teachers need more money, tools, and liberty to run their classrooms. I don't necessarily agree with that. And here's why I don't agree with it. I don't necessarily think teachers need more liberty to run their classrooms, because there's an awful lot of shitty teachers in classrooms. What needs to happen is teachers need more salary, schools need less administrators. Teachers need more salary. Yeah, 55 months, that's 2 years. I got my education in Chicago. In Chicago public schools, if I remember correctly, they spend $29,000 per student. They spend $29,000 per student. That's crazy. That is what is going on with that? $30,000 a year? That's crazy. What do I mean with my title? Why America deserves what's coming? America deserves every inch of what's coming because we don't do anything to even stem the bullshit. We elected a bunch of people, right? We elected people who said they would do X, knowing full well they would never do X. Donald Trump, I'm going to release the Epstein files. Where are they?
I told you, George.
Where are those Epstein files? You said you were going to release them. Where are they? Where are those where are those Epstein files? At the end of the day, I don't give a shit about them. What I give a shit about is that you ran saying, I'll release them. Elon Musk and Donald Trump ran on a platform of Doge. Elon Musk was so confident that within the 130 days he's allowed to be a special advisor to the president, that he's going to cut $2 trillion out of the budget. The best he could do was 160 million. Donald Trump then tells his bromance, sorry man, I gotta make deals to get a budget passed. Why do you gotta make any deals to get a budget passed? You have a majority in both houses. You gotta make deals with your own party? What? We have people that are so blind and so deluded that they keep saying Trump is great. Man bankrupted 3 casinos. Man has filed for bankruptcy 6 times, 3 of which were for casinos. He wants to put a tariff on Brazil because what was the reason? Oh yeah, he didn't like how they handled one of their Supreme Court cases. Is this the one?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Oh, no, that's not the one. Basically, we're putting a 50% tariff on Brazil, but nobody in government can justify the 50% tariff on Brazil. I can't link it. No, I have it downloaded. I download them all due to speed. I can send it to you later. Yeah, I don't have the interview clip. Did I dump the link into my Discord? Maybe. Did I hear about the ICE agents asking little kids personal stuff at baseball practice? Did I hear about federal investigators asking children questions? No. Am I worried about federal investigators asking kids questions? No. That's their job. They're called federal investigators. Why do you frame see, that right there is a great example. Why do you frame the question in an inflammatory way and make it seem like the ICE agents are doing something illegal? Where's the parents? Where's the coach? Because as a coach, I don't give a fuck who you are. The kids were dropped off at practice. I'm the coach. Those kids are under my care, my responsibility. I'm going to walk up to the federal agents. I'm going to say, excuse me, get off my practice. Because they did it without anyone's approval. They don't need approval. They don't need approval. What approval do they need? What approval do they need? Those are kids out in public. Those are federal agents, sworn law enforcement officials. What approval do they need? Unless they're asking the kid questions that is going to be used against the kid. Remember, your Miranda rights only apply to your protection against self-incrimination. You only have to be read your Miranda rights if it comes off as interviewing a minor without consent to the guardian. They don't need your fucking consent. Where do people come up with that shit? They don't need your consent. You transferred authority of your child to the coach when you left your kid with another adult. If the coach isn't doing his job, that's a bad coach. Nobody talks to my kids at practice if I don't know who they are. Nobody comes on my field. Nobody's near. Hey, excuse me. You don't belong here. This is a closed practice session. Yeah, Google says they can in public spaces. Exactly. They're in a public space. That right there is what I'm talking about. People don't understand the law and they say, I don't like that shit. You don't have to like it. It's the law. If you're not actively advocating to change it. It's just like when the school gives the police permission to talk to your child, and then you go to the school and you say, well, the school was out of line. Do you even read the handbook? Do you even understand the legal implications? You turn custody authority over your child over to the school when you drop your kid off at school every morning. You reclaim that authority over your child back when you pick your kid up. If you want to limit the scope of authority that the school has, you have to limit the scope of authority the school has. If you don't like it, reevaluate who you're dropping your kids off with. Exactly. Now, do I think it's right? That's a different story. Do I think it's moral? That's a different question. Do I think that there's a bunch of bullshit going on with ICE and a lot of the nonsensical argument? Abso-fucking-lutely I do. I think there's a huge problem with the way ICE is operating. But I am absolutely tired of the Democratic Party in the last 7 months making a big deal out of all the ICE raids when ICE was deporting people under Biden. Why? Nobody wants to stand center stage and advocate why we should allow undocumented individuals to reside in America. Nobody wants to say that's a good idea. I don't like ICE and what they're doing. Okay? Well, your president was president. Your party had the presidency for 4 years and you didn't secure the border. I'm not against helping people, but helping people is called charity. I don't want charity being done out of my tax dollars. If I want to do charity, I will choose where to do charity. For example, If I want to do charity, I'll do charity through the Children's Miracle Network. I will do charity through Extra Life, which I do. I raise money for kids. I think we live in a bullshit world where American citizens who are children live in a world where their medical care isn't free. I'm all about free healthcare, but let's start with free healthcare for kids. But we can't do that because we spend billions of dollars, right, on waste, and some of it is because we have to round people up and kick them out of the country. I would love for there to be no ICE. I would love, right? I would love for us to not have to have ICE raids. I would love for everybody to sit down and have a common sense discussion. I think that it would be great if people could have an accelerated pathway to citizenship if they're here, if they're working, right? If they're paying taxes, fucking make them a citizen. Let's go. Let's do this shit. But instead, all our politicians want to do is create roadblocks. All they want to do is have a talking point because they want to win their next election. We have hundreds and thousands of pages of directives and laws and interpretations and guidelines and policies. Look, you take the worst operating prison detention facility in America, and that should be the standard for how ICE is run. Because if you say, well, why would you take the worst operating prison in America? Because if it's allowed to be done to American citizens and nobody is rallying against that, then that must be the minimum standard. Like the judge or the sheriff who has people out living in tents, eating bologna sandwiches, wearing pink underwear, right? And people are like, oh my God, that's so horrible. Is it legal? That's all I want to hear is it legal or not? It's legal? Great. Then that's what ICE detention facilities should look like. Meanwhile, we have the state of Florida building Alligator Alcatraz. The fuck is that bullshit? This is going into businesses, school, public events, home, and so on is bullshit. No, it's not. I want to help you out with something. If you were an American and there was a warrant out for your arrest, they would go into businesses, schools, public events, homes, because they would be looking for you. Period. If you are an American and you run from the police and that you run into a business, a school, a public event, a home, the police are going to maintain pursuit and go into that business, school, public event, or home and arrest your ass. So why are people upset that that is what ICE is doing? But if it was an American getting chased, nobody would say shit. If it is law enforcement procedure, it is law enforcement procedure, be it ICE, FBI, ATF, state police, county sheriff, local police. All 6 of them should be on the same page. So why are people suddenly now upset that ICE is going into places? And by the way, everybody keeps saying ICE needs to have a warrant. ICE needs to have a warrant. ICE needs to have a warrant. One of the things ICE has is a final order of removal from a judge. But they're not going after random people. ICE doesn't go after random people. ICE goes into a place looking for a couple of people. And when they're in there, they ask a couple of questions. And I'll give you a great video for this. The fucking lunacy that people are carrying on about.
I'm Mexican. Watch what I have to do every single fucking day. Keys. I'm just gonna go on a walk with my dog. ID. Because I need to have that on me at all times. Pass card. Copy of my pass card. because I also need to have that on me at all times. And now I am ready to go on a walk with my dog.
Keys and ID. I gotta do the same exact shit when I leave the house. I didn't know I was Mexican.
What the fuck are you on about? What are you on about? You have to carry an ID? You're leaving your house? Holy fuck, you're leaving your house. You have to take your keys. No shit. If you don't give a fuck about your stuff, leave the door wide open. See if your stuff is there when you get back from your walk. I don't have a problem with continuing pursuit, but I want to maintain my right to a warrant or exigent circumstances. If they're not in an active pursuit and they come to my home, not that I would let anyone other than my immediate family stay here. And right, they need a fucking warrant to go into a private home. They need a warrant. ICE needs a warrant to go into a private home. What they don't need is a warrant to go into the private home if that's the fucking address that's on all their court paperwork. Because the final order of removal gives them the right to show up and be like, hey, we need to do an inspection of this house because this is the last known address of this individual. You're not coming in without a warrant. Not how that works. Well, it's my house. Then why the fuck did you let them be a legal resident here? Those are the exigent circumstances. You don't get to tell the bail bondsman fuck off when he comes to find a bond skipper. He already has the inherent authority. Now, he can't go into the neighbor's house. He can't go into the neighbor on the other side's house. He can't go to your fucking lake house. Yes, the order serves as a warrant. Exactly. And that's what people aren't understanding. They're like, oh, they're going into places without the proper authority. The fuck do you think a writ from a judge is? But we don't want to teach that shit in school because we want to keep everybody real fucking dumb. We want to keep everybody real fucking dumb. But then we got TikTokers making TikToks. I got to carry keys. I got to carry a wallet. Guess what I carry with me when I'm in a foreign country? I carry a photocopy of my passport. I keep my actual passport locked up at the hotel. And I don't lock it up in the room. I asked, a lot of hotels don't have this anymore, but I asked the hotel, I was like, do you have a central safe? Yes. I need to lock up my documents. Don't put them in my room. I keep a photocopy on me. Why? Because I'm in another country. Members of the United States military in members of the United States military in other countries, what do they carry with them? Copy their orders. Why do they keep a copy of their orders with them? Because that's what the SOFA says. It says military members carry a copy of their orders. It serves as your passport and your visa. I don't know what we're all worked up about. Right? But we're spending $30,000 a year on kids' educations. And kids aren't getting any smarter. People are writing books. People think that a warrant is needed to enter a home, but what they're thinking of is a search warrant or an arrest warrant. What they don't realize is there's 100 different types of warrants, and they're holding a final order of removal, which is the official name of a deportation warrant. There you go. Final order of removal is a what? It's a deportation warrant. Where does it allow them to go? The last known address and the place of employment. That's what it allows. Now, like I said, you can't show up at my house with it because all I have to say is I don't know the person. Well, we watched them walk into your house. Well, then if you're so confident you have the authority to enter, do what you got to do, but I'm not giving you permission. Also, reminder, this is why I always say, shut the fuck up and don't talk to cops. If you say anything that looks like, smells like, tastes like consent, you've just given consent. If you say, yeah, that's fine, that's consent. Mr. Jalan, we're gonna wait here for the dog. I'm not. You have the exact length. You have the exact amount of time that it would normally take you to issue me a ticket for this infraction. After that, you're gonna be violating my civil rights. About the random people, I mean, ICE doesn't need a warrant to arrest suspects. You are correct. ICE doesn't need a warrant to arrest suspects. If they're doing something where they have committed a crime or committing a crime, or there's reasonable articulatable suspicion that they are about to commit a crime, guess what? No branch of law enforcement needs a warrant to arrest you. So I don't know why people keep making really bad arguments. Oh, an anonymous donor just donated $50 to Extra Life. Thank you so much. If I'm walking around, I'll give you an example. If I'm walking around in the local park, and I have a 9mm Beretta tucked into my waistband, the police can walk up to me and say, "Excuse me, sir, can we see your concealed carry license?" And if I say "fuck off," then I'm probably gonna go to jail. Because I'm openly carrying but also concealed carrying a firearm. If they walk up to me and say, "Sir, can we see your concealed carry license?" I'll be like, "Absolutely, yes you can, here it is." Okay, as a reminder, you're supposed to have your weapon fully concealed or fully visible. You can either open carry or you need to be concealing your carry, but this half-ass thing you're doing right now kind of falls in the gray lines. And if your state doesn't have an open carry law, then you have to be fully concealed. People will be like, "Oh, well, the Supreme Court has ruled." Yes, the Supreme Court has ruled that open carry is legal, unless your state has specific guidelines that says it's not. 10th Amendment gives the states the right to do that. It's currently being challenged. It's currently being, contested all the time. Is that so you're not scaring people? Yes. Tucked in your waistband, I hope there's an internal carry holster, otherwise you're a fucking dipshit. Well, that's a different story. But yeah, people have the right to not be afraid. Now, should you be allowed to open carry in every state? Depends on who you ask, right? In Illinois, you are not allowed to open carry. Illinois is one of the states that's currently got a case in front of the Supreme Court because we're required to have a firearm owner's identification card. So you're allowed to conceal carry. You're not allowed to open carry. Now, whether or not that remains illegal is a different story. But if a police officer walks up to me and I tell him, "Go fuck yourself," right? Then that's his probable cause. What was your probable cause for stopping Mr. Jalan? I saw the handle of a firearm tucked into his waistband. Well, Mr. Jalan has a CCL. Yeah, but when you get your concealed carry license, they also tell you, right? They let you know that you're required by law to always open the conversation with the police officers at every encounter. "Excuse me, Mr. Jalan. Oh, hey, just to let you know, I'm currently concealed carrying." Most of the time, the cops will be like, "As long as you don't reach for yours, I won't reach for mine." Sometimes the cops will be like, "Would you mind disarming?" And guess what? They have every right to ask that. But people that don't know that, people that sleep through the concealed carry license class, they don't fucking know that. Like, they also don't know that your CCL isn't your Illinois CCL isn't transferable to every other state. But we got people that are so mad, it's like they were all fucking Ukrainian, Russia, NATO scholars, and then they all became Israeli, Palestinian conflict scholars, and then they all became ICE deportation immigration law scholars, and they all got their fucking degrees from Cracker Jack University. They didn't even have the decency to stay at a La Quinta. People are mad about how ICE is conducting itself. I'm mad about how ICE is conducting itself. I wish that all the people that are here illegally would just voluntarily get the fuck out. As a Mexican, I have to carry keys and an ID. Holy shit, imagine the inconvenience.
I'm Mexican. Watch what
I have to do. Why'd I pull this one down?
Name one country that socialism has ever worked, and also
First of all, socialism means the government owning the means of production. Yes. Sweden has never had that. The socialists realized in Sweden that they need big business. They need multinational companies to fund the welfare state. So it was always a free market to that extent. And the big businesses, even got specific benefits and privileges because the economy was so dependent on them. In the recent Swedish election, the top priority for voters in the polls was not crime or immigration or the economy, it was healthcare and the fact that people had to wait in line for treatment for such a long time. Specifically when it comes to cancer treatment, for certain types of cancer, you have to wait for more than 200 days.
Okay, this is the thing that I say all the time about Americans looking at European countries and saying they have it all better. So I've got something going on health-wise. They're basically at the point where they're going to do a full body scan because they're like, we have no idea. I had a scope put down my throat this morning. That was fucking fun. And I have to have a CT of my tongue. That's where the problem child may be hiding, in my tongue. I didn't have to wait 200 days to get that. I will probably get a phone call later today or tomorrow scheduling my scan. I will probably have my scan done before I even go to Disney. I go to Disney next Wednesday. I leave. I would be willing to bet I will have my scan done before I leave. Because that's a benefit of capitalist medicine. It costs me a lot of money out of pocket, or out of my insurance company's pocket, but I'm not waiting 200 days for it. If you have to wait 200 days for treatment for some cancers, you're dead.
Get treatment. And that tells you something about the problem of rationing healthcare by just not giving people what they need.
They got a booming economy that is growing at twice the rate of the American economy. They got surpluses, they got more people working, and they have a society that works.
Well, everybody has to work in Sweden to fund the welfare state because it's so large. So we really have to do hard work to get people into jobs. But the way we do that is by opening up more markets, having fewer license requirements, occupational licenses, the kind of things that America has to stop people from entering new jobs. And so in a way, we'll have a successful economy, but that's partly because we're free market.
Right. That's what people are missing. And even our own...
One country that socialism has ever worked, and also
even our own...
First of all...
Even our own government people don't get it. Like, listen to this.
When we talk about ideas, for example, like democratic socialism, it means putting democracy and society first instead of capital first.
The fuck did you just say?
When we talk about ideas, for example, like democratic socialism, it means putting democracy and society first instead of capital first.
Why do people? Why the fuck is she so dumb?
When we talk about ideas, for example, like democratic socialism, it means putting democracy and society first instead of capital first.
The fuck? How the fuck are you one of our, like? Okay. Again, for the people that weren't here the other day when I did this, right? You have your financial systems and you have your economic systems. Capitalism is over there, right? Government. Fascism is over there. And then in the middle, you have some communism you have some socialism, right? I guess it would be more better to put communism and socialism on the edge, because some parts of communism are only government framework. Some parts of socialism are only government framework. Some parts of communism is absolutely an economic framework. Capitalism is not a government framework. It's an economic framework. And yes, I get it. When you're going to be a social safety net state, there has to be some overlap. We are a very socialist medicine country. We are very socialist medicine. We are very much socialist medicine. But people don't see that because they don't recognize how many people we have on Medicare, how many people we have on Medicaid. We have 77 million people out of 330 million people that we take care of. I take that back. We have 66 million people on Medicare, right? 66 million people on Medicare. We have 79 million people on Medicaid. We have 146 million people on socialist medicine in this country. Right? 1 in 5 people in America, 2 in 5 children are on Medicaid. And that's such a talking point that nobody wants to address it because it's tough. It's hard. It's not going to win you votes. It's been a law for decades that any person may receive free of charge, if you fill out the proper forms and you qualify, care for emergent conditions from any hospital equipped to treat that emergent condition. Well, right, but to qualify, part of the qualification is the hospital can just say no. But the law exists that requires there to be an avenue. That the hospitals have to have a methodology, or the hospitals have to have a course for you to apply for free healthcare. Most hospitals say no, which the law allows. Because they'll say if you only make this much money, you should be on Medicaid. If you have this condition, you can go there. Section 287 of the Immigration and Nationality Act grants ICE officers the authority to arrest individuals without a warrant if they have probable cause to believe the person is unlawfully in the U.S. and is likely to flee before a warrant can be obtained. Correct. Now, the probable cause works like this. ICE shows up at this restaurant. ICE shows up because they've got a piece of paper that says this guy works here and we have a final order of removal for him. So they go in and they see 2 other people in there, and ICE can say, hey, while we're here, can we see some paper? That's what Section 287 gives them the authority to do. The probable cause is a undocumented worker that we're attempting to remove is employed at this establishment, and therefore it's a reasonable, articulatable suspicion that those individuals might not have paper. That's all RAS is. Yeah, when 3 other people shoot out the back door while on shift, that's probable cause to chase them. Running from law enforcement, as much as people don't want to understand this, running from law enforcement is probable cause for law enforcement to chase you. And then the reasonable articulatable suspicion of the crime you are committing is fleeing and or eluding, depending on what state you're in, depending on how your state laws are written. Well, he never told me I was detained because you went flying out the back door. That is suspicious behavior. You walk in and you run out. I walk in and you run out the back door. Okay. That dude's just jumpy. I walk in wearing an ICE uniform and you run out the back door. Yeah, I got one rabbit in the back alley. Oh, you got him already? Cool. Now you've given us, like, if you've got papers, stand there. What's up, man? Hey, you got papers? Yeah, I got papers. What's up? Do that shit in other countries and see what happens. Shit, when I was in China, our study abroad team, we were just having lunch one day. Just in town having lunch. You know, deuce and a half, bunch of Chinese military jumped off the back. They came in. All the Americans line up with your papers. All my classmates lined up. I'm just sitting there. Because he didn't say all foreigners. He said all Americans. All the people at my table stood up. I'm just sitting there. Guy comes over. He says, all Americans line up. I'm not American. I'll happily get in the line if you want me to. I've got my paperwork here. I'm from Ireland. He says, papers. Handed him my passport. He looked at it. He said, no problem. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you. Did I get up? I didn't make a scene. I didn't fucking start screaming. My classmates all did the same thing. Have their papers out in front of them. Boom. Sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down. Some fucking American contractor doing some shit in the town we were working on. Hey man, I'm an American and I have right. And I think the rest of the word that was going to come out of his mouth was rights. Right? And he took a AK-47 butt to the face. I didn't see him again the rest of the time I was there. You got stopped 3 times on the way to a vacation spot in a 2-hour trip in Turkey. Yeah, like they do. Other countries do this shit. Other countries literally enforce immigration and border. And yet the Democratic Party is making it a huge deal now that President Trump wants to get rid of illegal aliens. And that's what, like, all these riots and protests, you can't be illegal on stolen land. You're right, you can't be illegal on stolen land. What stolen land are we talking about? Well, California used to belong to Mexico and then we bought it. The argument then is, I have the right to go back to my childhood house. Or I won't say my childhood house because my parents own that. I have the right to go back to any of the houses that I've owned and just walk in and be like, yeah, I live here. Why? Because I used to own it. That's... And when you put it like that, oh, well, you're just trying to misrepresent the issue. Okay, well, explain the issue. But you can't be illegal. It's not illegal to be a person. Okay? You're unlawfully in the country. They don't want to see, they want to argue about shit just to argue, just to bog down the system. We don't want to talk about the fact that we have 140 million Americans. What about like Indian land? What about it? They're their own nations. When you cross over into the reservation, you're quasi in another country, but due to the treaties, most of the time they'll turn you back over. What about Indian land being stolen? Yeah, what about Indian land being stolen? It's a great question. What about it? Technically, every ounce of America is stolen land. I heard a comedian say this and it was pretty accurate. If you go to a country and they speak a language not native to that country, something's probably wrong with the history of that country. For example, you go to Mexico and they don't speak Mexican, they speak Spanish. And Spanish originated in a country in Europe. Something's probably fucked up with their history. And if you look, holy shit, something's fucked up with Mexico's history. All the islands in the Caribbean, right? South America. It's all fucked up. The United States, fucked up. Canada, fucked up. Where did English originate? England? Oh, holy shit. Imagine that.
We talk about ideas.
Yeah, when we talk about ideas that you don't even understand. What did I pull you down for?
This is going to be a very unpopular opinion, but here's my opinion. We need to stop giving out participation trophies to children.
Yes. Yes. We need to stop giving out participation trophies to children. Why, I don't get why anyone would argue the land is stolen when things have changed hands multiple times. Look, like, what are you saying? That we should have killed every man, woman, and child when we took it? Yeah, right? You should have been like the Saxons. Never leave behind a man, woman, or child who can raise a sword against you. But no, this is an unpopular opinion, but she's absolutely right.
This is going to be a very unpopular opinion, but here's my opinion. We need to stop giving out participation trophies to children, because when we put in all the kids' minds that everybody is a winner and you don't have to try and you're a winner, that only creates weak adults that don't know how to win or lose. Do you think I'm right or wrong?
I think you're right. I think participation trophies are why people have such bad manners and why they can't win with dignity. You know what your participation trophy in most things are? Whatever it is and whyever it is you did what you're doing. You go play Little League, you got a little jersey. That's your participation trophy. You got your team photo. That's your participation trophy. What the fuck is a 7th place trophy all about? What's a 7th place trophy all about? It's bullshit. You have people that don't know how to win with dignity. You have people that don't know how to lose with grace. You have people that throw temper tantrums. Like, look, man. Maybe 7th out of 250. I don't give a shit if you have that many teams, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. I could see top 10. I could see a top 10 certificate. Maybe. We lost World War II. That's the big red pill. Many are afraid to even investigate. It's all over Twitter how we were conned. Who's we in the reference of we lost World War II? I would need some context over who the we is. Because Germany lost World War II. But when you say many are afraid to even investigate, I would need a little bit more context on who lost World War II. Yeah, obviously Okinawa lost World War II. Right? They give out many trophies in like dancing. Right. Usually by competitive category. But when you have 10 teams in a Little League baseball league, 10 teams, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. That's it. That's it. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. You don't need to be giving out 10th place trophies. Congratulations on showing up. And that, like, I had one of those new age millennial leaders at a job that I had. And I got a quarterly trophy. And I handed it right back. I said, yeah, there you go. And they said, no, it's for you. I said, there you go. You're not going to keep it? I can tell you right now, I'm not putting this piece of shit on my desk. So either you take this back and re-gift it in like 5 quarters, or you're going to find it in my trash can later. If you put it on my desk, walking past, I'm going to throw it in my trash can. That's it. I don't need a thumbs up. It was literally a thumbs up. I don't need a thumbs up trophy to feel good about myself. You know what I need? I don't need this shit, right? I don't need little desk plaques because I was the CGO of the quarter. I don't need these things, right? I don't need, I don't need little pen sets that are really nice, by the way. Like, my name is engraved on both the pen and the pencil and the box, but I know what my fucking name is, right? I don't need that shit. By the way, that's where all your fucking government money goes, on like little award things. I don't need crystal fucking trophies and wood trophies to tell me what a good officer I am. So you think if there's a contest that says everyone gets a prize, it shouldn't be like that? No. There shouldn't be everybody gets a prize. No, not at all. Quarterly awards are like $600 per quarter. Here you go. Right? This is a fucking quarterly award. That's a quarterly award. Not of the year. It's glass, it's engraved, it's etched. That's a quarterly award. Why? Fucking why? We don't need that shit. But we're living in a world now. Not only is it quarterly, but there's like 12 categories. Right. Airman of the quarter, NCO of the quarter, senior NCO of the quarter, CGO of the quarter, FGO of the quarter, team of the quarter. What? Did we spend so much time making people feel good? Saying why we need to post Instagram now, posting everything on Instagram is fine because posting your own shit on social media, if you need that external locus of control, there's nothing wrong with that. But it should never be formalized. Yeah, what happens is a majority of employees complain about not getting recognition, so they come up with their own ideas of what recognition is instead of asking the people who complain about it. Right. As I've said many times in leadership, what you have to recognize is you're going to have some employees who want personal recognition. And you're going to want some employees that want time off. And you're going to want some employees that want a bonus. But the most important part of all is the people that just want you to fuck off and leave me alone. Right? Are you giving me a bonus? No. Are you giving me time off? No. Well, then I don't want to come to no personal recognition. What I want is for you to recognize that if you're going to be giving me this award means congratulations. I know how to operate independently. Leave me the fuck alone. It's like we live in a society right now where every single person thinks their issue is hot. And the doctor that I saw this morning is a great example of that. I'm in the exam room. They numbed my nose. They put the fucking scope down my throat to my voice box while I'm conscious, which sucks ass. Don't ever sign up for that. And then she's like, yeah, there's some things that I'd like to do. They're not really a big concern. Then we go out and she says, yeah, let's get his CT with contrast and let's send it over stat. And I was like, but I thought you said it's not a big concern. And she's like, yeah, but if we throw stat on it, it might get it taken care of quicker. Well, if every fucking doctor is putting every fucking scan as stat, then all the fucking scheduler learns is, unless they call me screaming at me, I just treat it as normal priority. Yeah, when every issue is hot, no issues are hot. Like, hey, I have enough time today to get 8 hours worth of work done. What 8 hours of work do you want me to do today? Well, everything on this list needs to get done. Well, that's not reasonable. So either you allow me to deconflict my schedule. If your kid was in a contest for $200 where everyone gets a prize and only 3 people showed up, your kid shouldn't get part of the money. I think that would be unfair. Well, first of all, I want you to recognize your own inability to set up a scenario. A contest where everyone gets a prize and only 3 people show up. First of all, if only 3 people showed up, they should just refund the entry submission, the entry fee. But if it's a contest and they say everyone gets a prize, then then what the fuck are you talking about? Everybody gets a prize. When I played Little League, we paid to play in the private league. And you knew only the top 3 teams were getting trophies. It wasn't a participation trophy league. Guess what? That's how life should be. Because you're confusing contest with competition. If only 3 people show up, then take the $200, take your top 3 prizes, which should have been spelled out, and move on. See, your problem is you spend all of your time trying to create these scenarios, right? And you're one of those third deviation type people, right? So here's your standard layout, standard deviation matrix, right? You spend all of your time creating scenarios, right? Out here. Your scenarios are always outside of the third standard deviation. I don't give a shit about the 0.3%. Because when things are already as fucked up as they are, I don't care about that. What I care about, the only time I care about this range out here or down here is people's civil liberties. That's the only time I care about the third standard deviation. If it's unskilled, that's one thing, but a whole lot of people show up for a single Olympics event. Yeah, let me know if you find one with less than 3 people. An Olympic medal on my wall could be cool. Breakdancing. Oh shit, even breakdancing had tons of people. See, that's the problem. If you want a fucking participation trophy, buy yourself one. You can buy a trophy and give it to yourself if you need that in your life to feel good. Give yourself a trophy. Right? If everybody gets a trophy, then the trophies become meaningless. It's kind of like, and people don't understand, everybody gets a college diploma. So now what's a college diploma worth? Next to nothing. College diploma used to be like a cut above. So what'd we do? Make everybody go to college. So now what do? Go to grad school. Your paycheck is your participation trophy. Exactly. That's my paycheck. Yeah, if everyone wins, no one wins. We even have kids now that because we don't want to teach kids how to lose with dignity and win with grace. We don't keep score. Then why the fuck are we playing? Because you know what happens when you raise your kids in a world where nobody keeps score? Then they have no idea how to handle it when they find out that they're the bottom of the fucking food chain. Told my daughter is 5'9", 5'8" now. She's a big kid. She's 12 and she's 5'8". I said, you're a gentle giant. You do not want to, you are not interested in working hard. You want the social shit, so go do the social activities. I'm sorry, but saying a trophy is meaningless to a little kid or someone disabled is just wrong. Here, let me help you out. Ready? You need a trophy to tell you that you're disabled? Is that what you're saying? I think every day of your life when you wake up, you know you're fucking disabled. So you got a trophy because what? In recognition of your disability? How is that a good plan? Because you know what? When you finish the race or whatever, you don't need a trophy that you finished the race. You know how you know what your reward was? You finished. That's what they get. They finished. A little kid needs a trophy to be what? That you were in 7th place? You see, this is the difference generationally between the modern generation, right, and the old school generation. And the old school generation is 2nd place, where I come from, is the first loser. Now, this is what I think would be even more insulting, right? I think this would be worse, right? Here's your trophy, because you literally just said, but saying a trophy is meaningless to a little kid or someone disabled is just wrong. I'm fucking disabled. I don't want a trophy because I'm disabled. No thanks. I want a trophy because in my competitive category, I was 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. If I'm 4th, I don't want a trophy. Because I have an internal locus of control. No, somebody said saying a trophy is meaningless to a little kid or someone disabled is just wrong. They are fucking meaningless. Because what's the meaning behind them? Congratulations, you showed up. Like, right now, I'm in so much physical pain right now. Due to my neck injury, I have my TENS unit on. But I still showed up for my stream. I could have just as easily put out a message saying, I'm in pain. I'm popping some pain pills and I'm laying in bed. Nope. Put my TENS unit on my neck and I'm here doing my show. I don't need a fucking participation trophy. I don't need a participation trophy to show up. It's a TENS. Well, it's a TENS and an IFC and an NMS. It's all in one unit. Here, let me tell you why we need to get out of the participation trophy era. Because people are literally along this mindset. I couldn't believe that this actually came out of these people's mouths.
The world record for a man is 9 minutes faster than the world record for a woman. You're telling me that in 55 years of women running a marathon, we've caught up within 9 minutes of a man?
People just really say fucking anything.
You've never heard of the Special Olympics. I have heard of the Special Olympics. You know what else I've heard of in the Special Olympics? They're competitive in the Special Olympics and they don't get fucking participation trophies. So what? I volunteered my time at the Special Olympics. Those kids are the best fucking examples of athletes. Those kids are awesome. Because those kids don't use I'm disabled as an excuse. But let me just no bullshit you. Right? How many people who have to participate in the Special Olympics could compete against non-disabled peers? One. It's good old Ting Ting, the Olympic runner with the blade legs. Yeah, the Special Olympics people are some of the most impressive people alive because they're overcoming a disability. But they are not competing against non-disabled people because they can't. Some things they can. And the ones that they can, there's no Special Olympic category for. But this is what the woman said.
The world record for a man is 9 minutes faster than the world record for a woman. You're telling me that in 55 years of women running a marathon, we've caught up within 9 minutes of a man?
First of all, caught up within 9 minutes of a man.
People just really say fucking anything on podcasts these days. You realize 9 minutes is like 2 fucking miles? She says 9 minutes like the guy's fucking 50 yards ahead of her. Anyone who's ever run a day in their life knows shaving 30 seconds off of your time is fucking impossible. Regulate podcast equipment 2026. I'm going to run on it.
And I think every one of them should get a trophy for participation. Why? Why? What good does a participation trophy do anybody? You showed up. Congrats. That's why we're in the fucking mess of a country we are in the first place. We can't fail kids anymore. We might hurt their self-esteem. Johnny can't fucking read. Johnny can't read, but we're going to promote Johnny? Well, Johnny's self-esteem would be hurt. Johnny's self-esteem is going to be fucking hurt when he tries to go to high school or tries to go to college and they say, you're fucking dumb. Johnny's self-esteem needs to be fixed when Johnny is 7. Johnny, stop eating the fucking paste and pay attention. Johnny, you didn't pay attention. Yeah, as long as you try. The fuck is that bullshit? I tell my kids I'm going to be proud of you no matter what grades you get. At the same time, when my kids don't bring home A's, I'm fucking Sherlock Holmes. Why didn't you get an A? My kid will tell you right now, my kid's like, I hate the math teacher. Okay. That doesn't change the fact you need to learn the fucking math. You can hate the math teacher all you want. So now tell me why you didn't get an A. Oh, it's because I don't do my homework. Great, do your fucking homework. Giving people participation trophies means that they never feel like they failed. You gotta feel like you fail. Rocky Balboa. It's not how hard you can hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. It's, you know, I think everybody who's disabled should get a wheelchair, or everybody who's disabled should get a participation trophy. Why? They don't want to be competitive? If disabled people didn't want to be competitive, there wouldn't be the fucking Special Olympics, now would there? This everybody gets a fucking trophy shit is why nobody has any self-esteem. You lost. Congratulations. You are now a representation of the standard winner-loser curve. Winner-loser curve in anything. There's a couple of winners and a whole lot of losers. How hard did you get hit? It hurt. Okay, did you get back up? No. Okay, you're a quitter. Congrats. Move on. Why is it that a very small number of people fail out of the military? Because we only recruit people who are going to pass. But why is it that SEAL training has upwards of a 70% washout rate? They don't invite people off the street to go to SEAL training direct. Every single person at SEAL training has passed every single entryway into the military, some of them having passed other special operations schools. And then they get to SEAL training and they still fail out of that. Do you think they want a participation trophy? Do we give them a tab for their shoulder that says, made it through 4 weeks of SEAL school? No, because you failed. You washed out. You rang the bell. Disabled people don't want to keep being reminded that they are disabled. Hence, receiving our participation token just because they are disabled is bad. Right. That's why giving disabled people a participation trophy is even fucking worse. Because it's literally saying, congratulations, you showed up. Maybe kids would actually give a shit if they were told, you need to give a shit. But we have a generation of people that are fucking soft. They're soft. You hurt my feelings. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Your feelings are your feelings. I don't give a fuck about them. I give a fuck about my kids, my spouses, my close friends and family. Everybody else, I don't care. People need to learn about the soft bigotry of low expectations. Yeah. All you have to do to succeed at Buds is not quit. There's a fucking bell, and almost the only way to wash out is to walk up to the bell and ring it. Right, exactly. Yeah, the 70% washout rate is all voluntary washouts. Yep. Yeah, the 70% attrition rate is all washouts. Because if you're injured and you can't continue, that's not considered a washout. If you reward failure, you create failure. No, that's not bullshit. Here, Rad, I'm going to point this out to you. You say that's bullshit. You tell me what psychology you're pinning that on. No, it's not bullshit. Do you know why they tell you to set a goal that's impossible to meet? When you set a goal that's impossible to meet, when you fall short of it, you're still above the expectation. Here's the psychology behind it. In the Air Force, you have to run. If you're a male, you have to run your runtime in 13 minutes and 52 seconds. Why do they have to be a failure? Because I got a fucking thing for you, man. Because they failed. Right? There's a reason why it's called a loser. You lost. Yesterday, I was all excited about the White Sox game. The White Sox lost. Yesterday, they were losers. They lost. It's a competition. They failed. They're failures. They are professional ball players. Their job is to win baseball games. What did they do yesterday? They lost. They failed. Right? That's what happens. This is where people's fucking weak mindset. If you finish the race, you aren't a failure. And? Are you a winner? No. If you finish the race first, you're a winner. Second, you're a winner. Third, you're a winner. Fourth, you're not a winner. Second place is just the first loser. You either win or you lose. Maybe to you. Yeah, that's why I wake up every day with a smile on my face, and that's why you hate yourself. That's why you make excuses for yourself. That's why not long ago on my show, you had every excuse in the world for your lot in life. Because it's about mentality. Because I had people in my life when I was yay high that said to me, this is your problem. Little league pitcher, having a shitty inning, load up the bases, 0 outs. Coach comes walking to the mound. I take the ball, I go to hand it to him. He's like, fuck no, you ain't giving me that ball with bases loaded and no outs. You created this fucking problem. You solved this fucking problem. Now, what the fuck's going on and what's going on with you? And I was like, I can't do this. He's like, well, you better figure out a way to fucking do it. You loaded up the bases. If you weren't feeling it on the first pitcher, you should have tapped over and I could have come out. You decided to load up the bases, not me. Know what I did in that situation? Threw 9 fucking strikes and pitched my way out of the inning. Then as I'm going to the dugout, the coach says, I'll pull you out next inning. No, you won't, because I just dug myself out of the problem. If we give everybody a fucking participation trophy, nobody ever learns to dig in. If we save everybody, nobody ever learns to dig in. Oh, if I just put my hand up, somebody will save me. I finished the race. That's a big accomplishment. Great. You want a trophy? Finish in first, second, or third. I don't give a fuck if you're a little kid. I don't give a fuck if you're disabled. I don't give a fuck who you are. It's not my fault, my lot in life. Well, whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? If your goal was to finish first, then you're a failure. If you finish second, if your goal was to just finish, you aren't, but you're the one securing the bar to the floor. Exactly. I'm going to run the race just to see if I can do it. What the fuck is that? If you want to run a marathon, you don't have to go to a race to do it. Just run a fucking marathon. Anyway, the point of setting standards. This is the problem. In the Air Force, you have to finish your run time in 13:52. 13:53 is a failure. It's an auto fail. You did not pass. I had people that couldn't do their run time that were aiming for a 12:30. 12:30? What? This is your goal? Look at how close that is to failure. That's not your fucking goal. That's your goal. That's your goal. Because if you fail this by a minute and 20, right? You're still at 11:45. If you fail this by a minute and 20, you're on the cusp of failure. Nothing's wrong with having personal goals. Personal goals is personal goal. But when you say everybody should get a trophy, like little kids and the disabled, well, as a member of the disabled community, fuck you very much. I don't want a participation trophy. I don't want a participation trophy because they're fucking weak. You want to give me a certificate that says I showed up for the 17th annual fucking disabled run? Sure. Everybody gets the same certificate. Great. But when we're done, here's your 97th place trophy. What the fuck is that? I'm supposed to feel good about that? Why do you give a trophy? Recognition? Recognition for what? If it's a personal goal, you fulfilled that personal internal locus of control by showing up, putting your shoes on, and running. So if my personal goal was to finish the race and get last, why am I a failure if I finish my goal? Why'd you join a race? See, that's the problem. Why join a race if your goal is to finish last? Why not just run it on your own? Because your goal isn't to finish the race. Your goal is to get a participation trophy. Because you want that external locus of control where somebody says, good job, you're in last place. The rest of us have been done for 45 minutes waiting for you to show up. But hey, good job, here's a trophy. Your personal goal is to do it, then fucking do it. Your personal goal is to do it, do it. Did you know at Disney, when they do the marathons, Disney's marathon rule is they send everybody off and they have a bunch of 60 and 70-year-old ladies that work for Disney that then walk. You are allowed to continue running on the marathon until the old ladies catch up to you. When the ladies catch up to you, you need to stay with the old ladies. If you fall behind the old ladies, you're done. They pull you off the track. If you can't run a marathon or at least walk at the pace of a 60-year-old lady, you shouldn't be there. You have set the wrong goal. Yeah, there's no room for people who participate. If your goal is to just finish a distance, finish the distance. If your goal is to go to the competition to say, I can go, go. But expecting a trophy, expecting recognition, but then being offended. Like, imagine how fucking embarrassed you'd be if they brought you up and they're like, ladies and gentlemen, the last place person with a marathon time of 7 hours and 46 minutes. This is what's wrong with our country. So what's wrong with our country? Participation trophies. Yeah, no one wants the guy who just shows up in their corner. I don't want a person who shows up. I want a person. It's what I used to say to my kids when I was a coach. What's our goal today? To win. By how much? The slaughter rule. Our goal is to win by fucking tilt. Our goal is to get to the point where they shut off the scoreboard. Our goal is to get to the point where we win by so much we start playing for fun. Giving participation is disrespecting everyone else's hard work. I absolutely agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. And if we stopped giving a fuck about what people felt and taught them what to feel, hey, if you want to feel good about yourself, feel good about the fact that you showed up and tried. You want to feel really good about yourself? Be one of the 3 people standing on the podium at the end of the race. Be one of the 3 teams that are standing up on the podium at the end of the season. Beyond that, yeah. When you go to a marathon, they ask if you're competing or just running. You get a number. Or they ask you to go to the back of the pack with the others that are just running the course. Exactly. What's up, Moon Girl? Exactly. Nothing says you can't go to a marathon to run it just to see if you can do it. But a participation trophy? I can't do it.
The world record.
I can't do it. Let's see. We're going to talk about livable wages.
Anytime I've brought up the topic of livable wages, where employers should be required to pay a livable wage to their employees so that the government doesn't have to subsidize that with government services like SNAP, Section 8, Medicaid, etc., there's always someone in the comments saying, well, what is a livable wage? As if we don't know what that number should be. Of course, that'll vary across the country, but a livable wage should be 3 times the median rent in that area. So if the median rent is $2,000 per month, that employee should be grossing $6,000. It's a very simple figure. Triple the rent. Because if wages are directly tied to cost of housing, that'll also help keep housing costs down. Anytime I've brought up the topic of livable wages, where employers should...
I don't know what fucking Delulu land this guy's from. But you're using like a 1970s metric. You're using a 1970s metric in the modern era. First of all, as I showed that video a while ago, one individual says he doesn't mind paying $3,000 a month rent because if something breaks, he doesn't have to fix it and he's not paying the taxes. Now, the livable wage one has to go along with this one. And I think this guy has a great point.
Has a mortgage of $1,000. If somebody has a mortgage of $1,000 and they charge $5,000 to rent it out, they're a scumbag. I'm sorry, you just are. Like, I'm not saying that you shouldn't be making money doing real estate, right? But not everybody can be a real estate tycoon, and that's just reality situation. This idea that you should be charging 400 or 500% over what your mortgage is for rent is crazy. Stop calling it market value. Stop calling it maintenance. Stop saying you have to pay the taxes on the house. Because if that was the case, you just bought the worst property ever. If you feel the need to have $4,000 extra a month, right, to pay for all these maintenance things, right, then you bought a bad property, and now you're asking me as a renter to bail you out, right? You are collecting equity on the home. I am not collecting equity on anything. All the money I'm spending, I'll never see again. You will get back money on the long end. You're just impatient. And then you say, I want a handout because I want to know how much rent costs. Yeah, you're ridiculous, dude.
I've been living off $3,000 a month. It's doable. You just have to budget well. You're right. You do have to budget well. And the really big problem is people are creating these bullshit scenarios. In what place? In what area? Do you have $1,000? Yeah, you heard 5,000%. In what place do I have $1,000 a month mortgage that I'm making $5,000 a month in rent? First of all, who the fuck is paying $5,000 a month in rent? If you're paying $5,000 a month in rent, let's just start with you're a fucking idiot. Second of all, the market value doesn't support what you're talking about. So that's like the girl who said they're marking up houses $500,000, $700,000. But the median household price in America is $414,000. So this bullshit that you're saying that they're marking houses up $500,000 to $700,000, that's a lie. Where is anybody with $1,000 a month mortgage charging $5,000 a month rent? Carthos sets the rent to be a price point to keep the shit eels out. People who can't afford my prices aren't people I want renting from me. I want people who have full-time jobs, who budget their money, who don't have a drug problem. Right. The three times in a long time ago in a land far away, back in my parents' era, and right when I entered the workforce. Right when I entered the workforce. He said 500%. Right when I entered the workforce. Money was a lot different. Remember, we didn't have all these niceties. We didn't have all the niceties that are available now. We didn't have cell phones. So, kids didn't have cell phones. Yes, $1,000 to $5,000 is a 400% increase. But that's just not happening. The market just doesn't bear that. But we didn't have cell phones. I had a beeper. I had a pager. I had two pagers. I had two pager sequential numbers. So that whatever girl I was dating at the time had the next number in my beeper. It was basically so I could find her. It was like I paid for it. You're not buying your kid a cell phone till he's 15. And that's, you know what? That's a perfectly reasonable, rational thought process. You're not buying your kid a cell till they're 15. I live in a kind of a small German farming town. My kid wants to go to the park. I want my kid to have a cell phone. I want my kids to have phones when they're out of the house. Not for them, for me. For my peace of mind. But every parent decides what's good for their kids. But we didn't have cell phones. We didn't have subscriptions. We didn't have Netflix. We didn't have all that crap when I was growing up. Houses were still reasonably priced. Your mom bought you a cell phone right after 9/11 because she heard a rumor they were recruiting teenage boys off the streets to go fight in the Middle East. Nice. So, we gotta stop the sensationalism. What's a livable wage? Well, I'm gonna do my usual blind look in the local area. Oh, hey, I got paid. Imagine that. And that's the woman that grazed me. Explains a lot. Let's take a look live. I won't filter this. Let me just make sure my personal information doesn't show up. Okay. So we're going to look at Belleville, Illinois, which is not my town, but it's close to my town. Let's sort this by lowest price. And we just want houses. We'll do houses and condos. $18,000. Okay? $18,000. $25,000. It's $1 will be an auction. $35,000. $39,000 on a foreclosure. $39,000. 40 on a foreclosure. 45,000. 3 bedroom, 1 bath, 1,100 square feet, $45,000. Yeah, we definitely got to do some work. Yeah, we definitely got some renovation that we're going to have to do here. Yard looks to be in okay shape. Baseboard's got to be redone. Gonna rip out that carpet. Yep. Got to rip out that. I got to rip out that tub. Window looks newish. Got to rip all that out. Kitchen looks jank as shit. That's all got to get ripped out. That wall probably needs to come out. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the diner tile either. It's got a circuit breaker box, so that's $1,000 right there you're saving. So this right here is $45,000, right? $45,000. Let's see what the notes are. Three-bedroom, one-bath home with exterior updates. Come update the inside to match. Primary bedroom on main level with possibility for 2 more bedrooms on the upper level. All personal belongings left with sale with home. Right? I could renovate that. Give me a year and $20K. Okay. Look at what Carthos just said. And I know Carthos can renovate a house because Carthos will send me pictures periodically and ask me an opinion. Carthos will say, what do you think? What should I do? Because we respect each other's opinions. He fucking bought a house and he fucking renovated it. And he's gonna get, like, people are mad at people like Carthos. Carthos has made probably $250,000 adjusted in a year. If he decided to flip the house he's living in right now with the improvements he's made, if the rest of the local market could absorb that, he's probably made $250,000 in improvements on a house he bought. But he worked his ass off and fell off a fucking roof. Guy doesn't have weekends. Guy has a full-time job, works nights on his property, works weekends on his property. That house right there, $45,000. You could probably renovate this entire house in less than a year. The outside has been redone. The outside looks really nice. The inside's a fucking disaster. You could have that house livable in 2 weeks. Now, yes, where Moon Girl said the diner tile in the kitchen is fucking ridiculous. But you can have this house livable in 2 weeks. Right? 2 weeks. 10 grand after closing. So you need 10 grand in cash on a $45,000 home. We'll do 23%. You would need 10,000 at closing, right? And then you could spread 35,000. Oh, fuck's sake, 35,000 over a 30-year mortgage, and then make triple payments. You could flip that house, make it beautiful, live in it, and be done. And Belleville is a great place to live, right? 48.5. That needs a lot of work. That needs a fuck ton of work. 48.7. But an all brick house, 49.9, 50,000. I wouldn't do this one. Not enough foreclosure with broken windows. But look at this, sub 100,000. So people are talking about, right, what that guy said. What the fuck is wrong with that roof, though? Which one was it? Whatever was wrong with that roof when I first blind saw it, that roof was fucked. It has to, most likely a leak. Let's see. Yeah, the whole roof is covered, so it's leaking. Yeah, the one with tarps. So needs a new roof. That's 15 grand right off the top. Add another 20 grand off the top just to make sure you don't have to repair water damage. But It's an all brick house, so value. But people are like, I can't find the house I want to live. The house I want to live in. Okay. Are there inside photos? Yeah, there's no inside photos. This property eligible under the Freddie Mac First Look Initiative through 7/19/2025. Seller does not review offers for the first 7 days. That right here is a total red flag. Seller does not review offers for the first 7 days. That's a red flag. Don't even... If the realtor is putting that in the fucking description, walk away from that. Walk away from that entirely. But there's 20 or 30 houses under 100 grand. Well, let's do 100 grand mortgage real quick. And this is why that guy's mentality of 3 times your housing cost. Okay? So let's just do 100 grand. Right? And let's do the down payment of 20 grand. The loan amount is 80 grand, 6, 7. Oh, that's great. Calculate. Monthly payment, $879. Okay, $879. 879.6 times 3. So 3 times your rent, 3 times your housing. And remember, when they say 3 times your housing, they don't include your utilities. So 879.60 times 3 is 2629. Divided, right, by 160. That means your hourly wage at $16.43 would get you into a $100,000 mortgage. Right? So that's a bad indicator. When you say that, let's listen to him one more time.
Somebody has
so I don't speak for him. Where the fuck did I put him? Here he is. So this is exactly what he said.
Anytime I've brought up the topic of livable wages, where employers should be required to pay a livable wage to their employees so that the government doesn't have to subsidize that with government services like SNAP, Section 8, Medicaid, etc., there's always someone in the comments saying, well, what is a livable wage? As if we don't know what that number should be. Of course, that'll vary across the country, but a livable wage should be 3 times the median rent in that area. So if the median rent...
So 3 times the median rent. But I just put you into a house. I just put you into a house for $16.43. At $16.43 an hour. Why are we adding so much minutia to the discussion? You know why those houses won't sell to people that need a house? Because it would be work. Because people would be like, oh, well, now I got to live in a gross house. Yeah, you have to live in a house that you make livable. You have to do that. You have to do that. If you don't want to do that, then you have to have enough money to buy nice shit. Look, being lazy is something only the rich can afford. The rich can afford to be lazy. The poor can't. If my shoulder wasn't completely fucking gone, I would be buying all those houses. I would put a crew together and flip those houses in less than a month. 16-hour days? Sure. But then I would buy 8 or 9 houses on a block. If my shoulder wasn't complete dog shit, I would buy 8 or 9 houses on a block. I'd flip the whole fucking block. Bring in my landscaper, bring in everything, make it all nice, neat, level, bring in the concrete guy, make sure all the fronts of the houses look nice. But then you know what people would be saying? Then I'd be being called a fucking, what would it be? I'd be a flipper who's adding too much value to the houses. You're raising the market. Oh my God, what a sin. I'm raising the market value of a neighborhood. Because we want to be able to blame the older generation for the housing market and not being able to afford a house. Right. My house, I bought my house 7 years ago. My house has gained $125,000 in value in 7 years. I blame the banks. Why are you giving a loan to people for $400,000 house to a family of 5 with one income, where the husband works 20 hours a week? There you go. There's where the problem started. That's where the problem started. If you don't give somebody a loan, you're racist, sexist, discriminatory, but then you give them a loan so they buy a house, then the bank takes their home. But you ain't paying for it. You didn't pay on it. If you're not paying your bills, expect to lose your shit. It's like when people claim discrimination on their car payment. Well, I didn't get offered a loan because you're trying to buy a $50,000 car and your annual income was $17,000. And we don't really want to give you a car that's going to be 3 years worth of your salary. It's a legal scam. Bank gets the house equity plus whatever you did pay. Then they just turn around and sell the house or keep it as a rental. Yeah. And then the piece of it that you have PMI, you pay for a PMI premium that doesn't let you get any equity back out of the house. Because, and this is where I think the biggest problem is. It's a $300,000 house. You've paid off $150,000 of it. And during that time, you were paying PMI. Okay? But the PMI fell off because you had an appraisal done at 20% equity. So now the bank is only owed $150,000. But you lose your job or you get hurt. Well, the bank forecloses and they can only sell the house for $150,000. Because they're not allowed to profit on foreclosures. If the bank would simply sell the property at market value, then they could at least give the previous owner $130,000 in equity. Yeah, you had to pay for all the closing costs. Here's $130,000 in equity. It's why they always say if you're going to get your house foreclosed on, do a short sale. So at least you walk away with some of the equity. You bought your house for $97,000 in 2016. Zillow says it's worth $215,000 now. Yeah. It's probably not worth $215,000. The Zestimates tend to be off by quite a bit, but your house is probably worth around $200,000. $97,000 to $215,000 and, well, no, it probably could be worth $215,000. Your girlfriend just bought a duplex. It appraised for $20,000 more than she bought it, and we're about to put some serious improvements into it. Yeah. And then what'll happen is you'll put the improvements into it, and then you'll have flexibility whether to keep it as a rental or flip it, but then people will blame you. Even though that house was on the market, and any of them could have done that. Any of them could have gone in, right? Any of them could have gone in and worked hard.
Anytime I brought up the topic,
people don't want to work hard anymore. There's where we're disconnected. Let's see. We'll play this one.
This is a payday loan at a 573% interest rate.
We did need that advance. We were going on a trip.
Oh, it's like I don't know how to make it to this.
Yeah,
what are you talking about? I'm sweating so much right now.
We were going on a trip to Galveston.
To Galveston? It was to Galveston. To Galveston. It wasn't even like Cabo or something. Oh, it's a Galveston. We went to fucking Mudwater.
Well, we went to Schlitterbahn.
An outdoor water park? A payday loan to go to a water park? This is a payday loan at a 573% interest rate.
We did need that advance. We were going on a trip.
This payday loan shit. One of the biggest reasons I don't like my mother-in-law My mother-in-law, my mother-in-law gave my wife $500. And then I got married. Or I was about to be married, and we went for Thanksgiving. And while I'm there for Thanksgiving, I get handed a stack of debt that my wife has. And I looked at my mother-in-law and I said, well, why is this $500 loan now almost like $600 and some odd dollars? Like, I said, that's pretty shitty, man. You're charging your kid like $100 some odd fucking interest. They're like, oh, it's because I took it as a cash advance off of a credit card. You did fucking what? And she said, yeah, it was, I gave it to her as, I did a cash advance off of a credit card. Don't ever fucking take a cash advance off of your credit card. Don't ever take a cash advance off your credit card. Don't ever take a cash advance off your fucking credit card. If you are in really, really, really shit shape, do anything other than a cash advance off your credit card. Sell blood, sell a testicle, sell sperm. Do whatever you need to do. Don't take a cash advance off of a credit card. Don't take payday loans. Once you start taking payday loans, you will never get out of the cycle of taking payday loans. Pay in foring, skip the dishes. Wait, what? Last episode, he had someone pay in foring, skip the dishes. I don't know what the hell you're trying to say there. But yeah, people don't know how to manage money, and I don't expect them to manage money. Because when did we teach you? When did we teach you how to manage money? Like my daughter got saved because she came home. She's not living here, but she came home, she had a conversation, and it was like, you're fucking upside down and buried in debt. Let me just wipe all that debt for you, and then you owe me instead of fucking your credit. Because when you fuck your credit at 19, it takes until you're like 26 to sort that shit out. My other daughter, she knows she fucked her life up. She fucked her life up. She became a stripper. Now she's a stay-at-home mom. She's the first to say, yeah, I fucked my life up. Right? 500% on because you're going to go to an outdoor water park? Look, I get that people don't like to hear this. It goes right up there next to the participation trophy shit. You work so that you can pay for your needs and your future. If you can't afford to play, then you need to internalize you suck at what you do, and you need to figure out a way to bridge that money. And where people don't get the seriousness of this is your needs should be no more than 40% of your paycheck. Your savings should be 30% of your paycheck. And your wants are 30% of your paycheck. But we're going to put the line right there. If your needs end up as 43% of your paycheck, then this becomes 27 because you never skimp on saving. If you're living a lifestyle that you can't afford, then you need to cut that. Money makes money. I can't afford to get out of my apartment because I can't afford to accumulate the 20%. Then why are you making a TikTok on a $1,300 iPhone? Well, I didn't really pay for the iPhone. You paid for the iPhone. One way, shape, form, or the other, you paid for the iPhone. You're wearing brand new shoes, driving a brand new car, got a brand new iPhone. Well, what did I hear one person say while I was working at the Financial Assistance Center? Well, I don't want to wait until I'm in my 30s to start living a good life. You could try getting a better job. I don't have any skills. Oh. Well, whose fault is that? Society's. Wait, what? Your mom and stepdad used those when you were a teenager? Taught a valuable lesson to never use them. Yeah, never use payday advance loans. Because payday advance loans charge you all of the interest regardless of how many days you take it. You're literally saying, like, there is a early prepayment penalty. You're literally saying to them, if you give me $500 today, I'll give you $600 on Friday. And if you're in that situation, you're already fucked. That's when you need to, like, you know, cut everything out of your life. It's like, you know that Japanese theory when you're decluttering your house? Does this thing bring me joy? And if the answer is no, then you throw it out. Well, the answer to that is, does this expenditure bring me joy? No, get rid of it. Just get the fuck rid of it. It's like when people get all mad because they say, well, I'm not going to be able to balance my budget just by canceling Netflix. You're right. You're not going to be able to balance your budget just by canceling Netflix. But what you will be able to do is after you cancel Netflix, is you're going to have the fucking motivation, right, to get a second job. What the fuck? You're gonna have the motivation to say, okay, if I get rid of the entertainment venue, I can get a second job at night. I can pick up another job on the weekends. And this is where we don't teach kids this, right? We're not teaching kids this at all. Income is your greatest source of wealth for the working class person. I've literally met people who have said, I have a mortgage. I say, okay, how much is your mortgage? 5.5%. Okay. And then they'll say to me, well, I'm looking to put a little bit of money into investments. What should I invest in? Your fucking house. And they're like, what do you mean? Because you're paying 5.5% on your mortgage. Well, no, but I want to invest some money in stocks and set myself up for the future. No, you want to invest in your house. Because the moment you don't have that $1,300 a month mortgage payment, then you can take a year's worth of $1,300 mortgage payments and put them in a savings account, put them in a money market account, make 2%, and then every 3 months, pull what you have out. Every time you have $5,000, pull it out, put it into a CD. No, man, I'm talking about getting into the stock market. The stock market is a big roulette wheel. If you don't understand that the stock market is a big roulette wheel, then you shouldn't be putting money into stocks in the first place. Get that 5.5% mortgage paid off. Most people that have disposable wealth are the ones that don't have a mortgage. And then you start hearing all this bullshit. It makes, like, it just hurts my head. Well, man, what I have is I have a HELOC on my house. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot too. I didn't want to leave all of my equity tied up in my house, so I took a HELOC and I made investments. Are your investments growing faster than the interest rate on your house? Well, yeah. And the 15% capital gains tax? Well, what do you mean? Oh, you forgot you have to pay capital gains tax on your capital gains? Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah, of course you didn't. Karthos is about to type something important because he typoed, so that always means something good is coming. There's so many finance bros now that just don't know about capital gains tax. Oh, I know. They just don't know. Does the USA have tax-free accounts? Yes. It's called a Roth IRA. That's the only tax-free account we have. It is the only tax-free account we have. Everything else we pay tax on. And I get it. People are talking about all the time, but we should defund Social Security because of all these reasons. And I don't disagree. At face value, I think we should throttle down Social Security. We should absolutely be throttling it down. But we can't. Social Security is something that we got ourselves into, and now we're stuck with forever. We have a tax-free savings account in Canada. You can invest without paying capital gains on withdrawals. They're just restricted in how much you can contribute. Yeah, we have that. It's called a Roth IRA. It's your retirement account. You can't touch it till you're 69 and a half. 59 and a half. $59 and a half. Yeah, it's like people that don't understand how the stock market works. Yeah, you could withdraw from yours because it's Tuesday. Right. We don't have that. Why do I always hear people saying Social Security will be gone by the time I'm 65? Because people are fucking dumb, and people are fucking illiterate, and people are fucking ignorant, and people don't do their homework, and people don't know what they're talking about, and people listen to politicians, and people listen to hype, and people listen to Social Security experts that are the same people that last week were experts on Israel and Gaza. By the way Social Security is supposed to work, because our society is a big pyramid scheme, Social Security should never run out, because Social Security should always be being fed by a larger population than the population drawing from it. Part of the legitimate problem is there are people on Social Security who shouldn't be. There are people on Social Security disability that shouldn't be on Social Security disability. And that's just a sad, unfortunate piece of it. It wasn't meant to give a baseline income. It was meant to give a baseline income. It wasn't meant to be a retirement plan. Absolutely. When Social Security was first invented, most people either knew to save, or they worked at the steel plant or the car plant or the wherever, the coal mine, and they got a pension. Now, like, for example, when my father started drawing Social Security, my father drew Social Security, and then once a quarter, he drew off of his pension account to make up the difference for what Social Security wasn't letting him pay. Like, that he didn't have enough to pay all his bills. So 4 times a year, my father made a withdrawal against his pension account to fill the kitty. Well, the problem is Social Security keeps getting touched and keeps getting borrowed against by the federal government, which means the money's not in there to grow. We owe $2.8 trillion to the Social Security Trust. If we would just put the $2.8 trillion back into that, the national debt would go down by $2.8 trillion. And then Social Security would be generating interest to help fill the trust. If we also did audits and we got a lot of the people off of Social Security that shouldn't be on it, and I'm not talking the retired people, I'm talking the disability people. But we can't do that. Because what happens is politicians are afraid to vote the way they should because their constituents are on Social Security disability. Social Security is a fucking shit show of a clusterfuck to begin with because you have to apply to get your retirement benefits. We also give you more or less, depending on how old you are, right? When you claim it. So if you claim Social Security early, your benefit is reduced by 25% or 30%. Well, if it's supposed to be a baseline and you start claiming it early, doesn't that seem kind of indicative that you need it? And then when you reach the normal age, it doesn't go back up because you elected to start receiving it early. We also give you an incentive if you wait to take it. Because then what you're doing is you're not drawing money out now. So if you wait, we give you more money later. Why would we ever have created a system where we're going to give you more money if you wait until later? Because if you can afford to wait until later, you obviously don't need it now. Social Security was one of those things that they created as a social safety net, and they never really thought about it. It was never meant for people to live on. It was meant for people to augment their income. I'll be right back. I gotta grab a battery. If you die with a bunch in Social Security, does it default to the government or rather the next of kin? The only people that can get bailed out, the only people who can collect your benefits are your kids and your dependent children, if your dependent children are minors. If you're not married and you die and you've paid in a bunch of money to Social Security and you don't have kids, the government just keeps your money. Once my youngest kid, yeah, your spouse can under certain circumstances. If your Social Security is higher than your spouse's Social Security and you die, then your spouse can collect against your Social Security, but not against theirs. It's not like they double dip. You can't get both. 18 and under. Or unless they changed it. Yeah, 18 and under. So like, if I were to die right now, Gizmo would get Social Security for the next 6 years. And then that would be it. Once she turns 18, well, she would be able to get it until she's 18, and then she'd be able to fill out the form that says, I'm not yet completed high school. So she would get it for March, April, and maybe May if they felt merciful. But normally if the reason that you're getting it is done, it's done. With that said, Social Security is a great safety net, but it doesn't help the people who really need it, and a lot of people take advantage of it. Like, we talk about what a living wage is. I don't think you should be taxed on anything up to $31,200 a year. I think everybody should have the first $31,200 a year tax-free. And I mean completely tax-free. Federally tax-free, no Social Security, no FICA, FUTA, no state, no nothing. Your first $31,200 a year should be completely tax-free. The problem is, in order for that to work, then you'd have to start at a 16% income tax rate for everything over $31,000. And I think if you have a married couple, then it should be $62,004. Each person's first $31,000. Well, let me back that up. Each person's first $31,002 should be taxed. Should be a living wage. So it should be completely tax-free. The problem is, we run this country. Remember, I showed this chart. The little teeny tiny blue line at the bottom represents 50% of the population. The little teeny tiny part at the bottom represents how much wealth the poorest 50% of America has. Like, holy shit, man. You can't even see their wealth right there. Yeah, that's the poverty level for a family of four. Imagine that. Imagine how I came up with that number. You shouldn't be, if people are living in poverty, they shouldn't be paying any taxes because you're taxing them right back into poverty. But most people, like, and here's what people don't want to hear, and I'm sorry that you don't want to hear it, and why I'll never be popular, and why I never grow, because I don't give out participation trophies, and I don't give out head pats, and I don't give out it's okays. I give out that sucks, let's make it better. The bottom 50% of the population shares less than 3% of the wealth, but they piss it away anyway. So how can you feel bad for the majority of it? Like, a lot of people are financially illiterate, but they don't want to accept any feedback. When you try to give them feedback, they don't want to hear it, because the feedback is going to sound an awful lot like you're kind of to blame for some of this. You have 5 kids. Let me see if I have the video. Do I have the video about the guy complaining about the drop in his Social Security or his food stamps? No, I don't have the video about the guy complaining about the drop in his food stamps. Guy says, they're taking away my food stamps. Yeah, the bottom 50% of taxpayers paid about 3% of all federal income tax. Also true. The guy says my food stamps are going from $2,500 a month down to $300 a month. Again, Why the fuck were you getting $2,500 a month in food stamps to begin with? I don't feel bad about that. I don't feel bad that you're going down to $300 a month. Enlisted military members get food stamps. Holy shit. They get something called basic allowance for sustenance. It's for their room and board. It's $465 a month for enlisted. As long as they are not deployed, that is money they can spend on groceries for their families. Look, I'm not saying that poor people don't deserve to eat. I'm not saying that at all. But $2,500 a month for food stamps? He's got 5 kids. He's scamming the system one way, shape, form, or the other. How he's getting $2,500 a month for food stamps is what we need to look into. Right? That's what we need to look into. Food stamps should be really limited to foods of certain nutritional value. I'm sick as shit of standing behind a 400-pound woman who's buying 5 boxes of Captain Crunch and 8 things of ice cream with her EBT. Yep. Yeah, that's about what you pay for groceries per month, and we eat good. Part of the issue is childcare. I know so many families that have kids and one spouse stopped working because childcare was wiping out their income. And they were still getting taxed like they had 2 incomes when they really didn't. Now one stays home and they drop their tax brackets and keep more money. Right. And that's part of the problem. I say it all the time. Childcare is not properly accounted for and calculated into taxes. They try to do it through the Earned Income Child Tax Credit, but that caps at what, $3,000 a year for a kid, per kid. That it's not unreasonable. I want you to look at this number and realize how unreasonable this isn't. They give you a cap of $3,000 for childcare. And at $150 a week, your childcare is $7,800 annually. And that's at $150 a week. As someone who pays $160 a week for daycare, it sucks. I have another on the way, so double that. My wife will have to quit her job to stay home. There you go. So I'm not bullshitting right there. $160 a week. $160 a week turns into $83.20. At $160 a week, that's $83.20. The problem then, you give people the $3,000 tax credit, which is great. But if they spend double that, that means every dollar they spend at childcare is a dollar that doesn't go to them. You spend $800 a month. We want kids. Yeah, you want the kids, and I'm not shitting on your decision to want the kids. Kids are expensive. I'm glad I don't have any more. I'm glad that my youngest is 12, and I'm about to be done with this. I'm about to be done. Like, I don't really do too much, honestly, in the care and feeding of my kid. My kid literally makes their own food. The only thing my wife and I do for my kid is drive my kid to appointments and do their laundry. Not because they don't know how to do laundry, but because I don't want them to fuck up my washer and my dryer. That's it. I used to put my kid in enrichments all the time. It was too expensive. Like, it's crazy. You went with the cheap daycare option. Right, you went with the cheap daycare option. And that's still $7,800 a year, or in your case, $8,300 a year. that really isn't bad. For 5 days, that's $32 a day. You're right. It's not bad when you think of it like that, but it doesn't change the fact that that's $8,300 a year. It's $5,300 a year out of pocket, right? So you take $5,300, you divide that by 600. So when you have kids, right, it basically means you work all of January and all of February and the first week of March just to pay for childcare. And then, right, you work the rest of March, April, May, and the first half of June just to pay your federal taxes. So just between childcare and your taxes, you're only going to see 6.5 months pay. Yeah, that's 2 or more hours of work per day you're working to pay for one thing. I think they need to gatekeep the child benefits behind employment. You aren't eligible for the tax breaks unless you're working 40 hours a week. Well, they kind of are. I know that you don't do the child income tax credit on account of not having kids, but it's up to $3,000. But if you don't have the matching work hours, then you can't deduct all of it. It's a complicated form. How much did I say a year? Like 8,300. $8,320. If you're paying $160 a week, then you're paying $8,320 a year in just childcare. Time to look for a new job. $52,000 a year salary after 10 years just doesn't cut it. That right there, I 100% agree with you as well. If you've been at the same place for 10 years and you're not making over 52 a year, it's time to get some new skill sets. That's $25 an hour. If after 10 years, $25 an hour is the cap for your salary, well then, depending on your job, you might just be hard capped. If you're not hard capped, it's time to look for a more lucrative employer. Be right back. Sorry. No, go ahead. Talk all you want. I don't, doesn't bother me. That's why I have an open chat. Sorry I have to keep getting up. I have blood trickling down the back of my throat from the scope today. It's just irritating the shit out of me. I want to keep track of how bad it's bleeding. Nothing like going in and being like, boom, here's a scope down your throat. Working from the beginning of the year until March just to confirm her childcare. Then you got housing bills. Now I understand why the chick took out a loan to go on vacation. No, yeah, I'm a vampire. I fed this morning. And that's, unfortunately, I get the other side of the argument. I think sometimes people forget I was poor. I was put groceries back because I don't have enough money to pay for my grocery bill. Poor. I get it. It sucks. I'm not trying to make light of anybody's lot in life. It sucks, okay? With that said, have you noticed that the politicians just fill up the airways with stuff to make you angry? Like, what if instead of what if instead of trying to fix all of the problems, we just looked at certain problems? For example, how do we make childcare affordable at the same time not completely breaking or creating an industry that's going to be vulnerable to exploitation? And the problem is we can't. If we turned around and said childcare expenses were 100% tax deductible, we would have to then resolve ourselves to the fact we would have to audit every single childcare facility, their tax records every year. Because if your childcare was 100% tax deductible, you would have people, lying, cheating the system. Would it work to give major employers tax breaks if they have an employee childcare program? There you go. That's what I was eventually going to get to. I was going to get there with medical care, dental care, like they used to have back in the day. What did Big Corpo have back in the day? They had doctor's offices in the high-rise buildings. Why? This company offers Cigna Insurance. What they do is they have a doctor on site who takes the insurance, who knows that in a building with 8,000 employees, if you have a population of 8,000 employees, you're probably not going to struggle to fill all of your appointments every day. They did the same thing with a dentist. They had a dentist, a doctor and a dentist on a floor. So you instead of having to leave work, go downtown or go to the suburbs, try to come back, do all that shit, take a half day. It's like, hey man, it's 11 o'clock. I'm going to go down for my dental appointment. All they did was log what time you arrived, logged what time you left, and it went into the computer. As long as you were back at work within like 5 minutes of getting, signed out at the dentist's office, you just went back to work. You didn't even have to take personal time to go to the dentist. It was a great deal. It was a great perk. The problem is, if you have 8,000 employees, you could conceivably have 16,000 children that you have to provide childcare for. That's what becomes daunting about it. If you think about it, why don't employers have childcare programs? Well, downtown Chicago, it's not uncommon to have 8,000 employees in one high-rise building. Where the fuck are you going to put 16,000 kids? That's a lot of fucking kids. Why we don't audit the colleges? We should. We should audit the shit out of colleges. In fact, I would like to go so far as to say this. I would like to divest football out of college. I would like colleges, football and basketball. I would like them to be an amateur league, amateur teams managed by the university. I would like us to stop pretending that we give a shit about college athletes, because we don't. The old Sears distribution facility in Atlanta had a dentist's office, doctor's office, cafeteria, and a bank in the building. They didn't want anybody leaving during shift. Right, exactly. Exactly. That used to be good. Used to be good. You get to work. Work was your second home. You didn't have to leave. But now, companies don't offer that shit. Why? Because what do employees want? They want to work from home. Well, let's be honest. If you're working from home, are you 100% dedicated to the job? No. Are you getting the job done? Yeah. I think people should be able to work from home. I have a friend who works from home as a customer service person. They're not allowed to tell the callers, the customers, that they work from home because it's seen as unprofessional. Well, if it's unprofessional, why are you letting people do it? I think they should change scholarships. It should be that you need to qualify for a scholarship and you get a kicker for being an athlete, not a full ride. I agree with you. I don't disagree with that. I think that if we're going to put an onus on how important college is, then every athlete, and when the athlete shows up, that athlete's GPA should be showing up. And this person has a 2.7 GPA. Oh, shit. Well, we know what they're there to do. They're there to weave some baskets and kick some butt. You don't tell people you work from home because everyone has a strong opinion about it, especially if they're over 60. Back to work. Enjoy work. See, people stop by to say hello while they're at work. I tell some boomer I work from home and they act like I just told them I have terminal cancer. My doctor told me to go fuck myself. Right. Here's why I think working from home is great. Working from home, if you can work from home, means you're not wasting time driving to a job. Less cars on the road, right? Less people at the office. People only get about 4 hours of work done in an 8-hour workday when they go to the office anyway. The first time I saw that statistic, I kind of kept track of it for a little bit. How many times do you end up having somebody ask you a question that if you weren't in the office, they wouldn't have asked you? Hey, I need to know what I should do in this situation. You should do whatever you would do if I wasn't here to ask, because that's what you get paid to do. Your job title empowers you to make that decision. Well, why can't I run it by you? Because of the monkey on the back article. Because if I have to do your job for you, why do I have you? You're paid to be a manager. Manage. It's time saved for the employee, but employers aren't necessarily interested in anything that isn't also good for them. Right, exactly. Hey boss, what should I do with this? The same thing you would do if I was on leave. Well, what do you mean? Would you call me if I was on leave? No. Well then, make your fucking thing, make your decision, and then send it to me the way you're supposed to in the daily activity report. Well, I just don't want to make a mistake. That's good. I don't pay you to make mistakes. I empower you. Now, if it's something you don't know what to do, don't ask me, what should I do in this situation? Say, this is the situation. I think I should do this. Yes, that's what you should do. Because that's a vector check. That's a vector check. I think I should do this. The basement is flooding. What should I do? I don't know. What do you think you should do? I should call the civil engineering squadron. Yes. I should cut off power to the basement. Also good. Oh, thanks. Yeah. You could make athlete teams into qualified work study, free room and board, plus $10 an hour for the semester if you make the team, max 15 hours a week. Nah, I think they would just be better off cutting their football team and their basketball team off to independent amateur, and then they should pay them as amateurs, and their salary should be the tuition, room, board, and books. I think that would be a lot better of a way to go about it. I also think that student athletes should be student athletes. I also think that if you go to a university, they need to change how the draft works. They need to change how dropping out of college works. But those are all small potatoes things. It always amazes me. Let me see if I can get the numbers real quick. And where we lose sight of stuff. So if we look at just high school football, there are 1.04 million kids that play football each year. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to divide that number by 4. So I'm going to say there's 260,000 kids that are seniors playing high school, right? And then out of that 260,000, right? There are 77,000 college football players. So we'll again divide that by 4. So 260,000 high school seniors are competing for 19,000 college slots. And those 19,000 college slots are ultimately competing for 1,696 NFL slots. And yet we make a big deal out of high school football. We make a big deal out of college football. I want to remind you, that's total. Well, that's actually not total. But we'll leave it at that for math reasons, because not every one of those slots opens up. Yes, the football teams are allowed to carry a practice squad of 17, but they don't make the team, so they're making the league minimum. But we'll just leave it at that. We've created an entire culture in this society for high school kids to try to compete for less than 2,000. You have a less than a 1% chance of being a high school football player that goes to the NFL. You have less than a 1% chance. College kids, they're not getting their degrees. It's why I like Shaq, man. I like Shaq, and I like the requirement he put on his kids. You got to have 2 degrees to touch my cheese. They've got to have 2 college degrees if they want to be taken care of by dad. It's a great idea. If you have absolutely no reason to not go to college, to not advance your education, to start and I don't think everybody needs to go to college. I don't think it's always a great plan to say everybody should go to college, because college isn't for everybody. Lots of people go to college, they end up with a degree, they end up $88,000 in debt, and then they never do anything with it. Technically, I didn't do anything with my college degrees. I could have had a college degree in fucking anything, and my life would have stayed the same. But the critical thinking that I learned getting my degree is what serves me well. The ability to do research is what serves me well. Congratulations. You have a piece of paper that says you're qualified to do something. Doesn't really mean much. That's a great idea, but not everyone has Shaquille O'Neal's money. You're right. Absolutely. I also think I think our whole society is turned on its head with this college thing. I remember when I was trying to fill out my FAFSA form, I asked my dad how much money he made. And I'd had a falling out with my father. My father's like, how much money I make is none of your fucking business. So I went back to my school's financial aid office and I said, here's my FAFSA, but I can't fill out this piece. And they're like, why? I said, because my parents aren't funding my college. And they're like, well, you still need to fill it out. I was like, I can't fill it out. He won't give me the information. The school, I turned it in. The school tried calling my father and saying, well, we need it. And he's like, I'm not giving it to you because it's an irrelevant number because I'm not giving him any money for college. I literally couldn't apply for any federal grant money because I didn't have information. Why do we say that you're an adult at 18, but you can't apply for federal student aid until you're 26 without your parents' information? And it's just another one of those things that makes no damn sense. At least now, I believe now, they will take the form and they'll consider it if that section is blank. But back in the day, you couldn't submit it without that. So you couldn't get federal grants, work study funds, loans, scholarships. Now, luckily, my school, because I was like a singleton, I was in their summer program, and then I was there full time before I was even a high school graduate. They gave me a work study program. And I'll be honest, they were paying $15 an hour when minimum wage in the state was like $5.15. Do you want me to swap trash bags in the parking lot 4 times a day? I'll do that. One of my professors used to laugh. I had a professor 2 classes back to back. The professor would let us out of class, and I would hand $2 to my friend Finn, and she would go down in between classes and she'd grab me a soda and a snack. I would run off the 3rd floor, down the stairwell, to the fucking side door. I have the wheelbarrow, and I'd be running the wheelbarrow, and I'd fucking trash can, boom, boom, tie. My teacher came back. I ran up, was out of breath, sitting down. Finn brought me a soda and a snack. My professor's like, what are you doing? I was like, oh, I have to change the trash bags 4 times a day. And so one of the times I've scheduled my wheelbarrow pickup is after your first class, before your second class. So the guy on the little gator drives around, and as long as there's trash bags in that wheelbarrow, he signs off that I did my job. So I get here early in the morning and I swap the bags from the night before. And then I swap them after your class. I swap them after the class after your class. Then I swap them before I go home for the day. That's my 4 swaps. And he's like, can you get paid for that? I was like, yeah, I get paid for that. It's also when I get here in the morning and the vending machines. I stock the vending machines. I stocked the vending machines in high school. I stocked them in college. They were paying me 3 times the minimum wage. So of course, I did all of my hours as far into the semester, as early in the semester as I could. And then for a while I was told, okay, your tuition's paid in full. You can't do any more work study hours. But then as shit needed doing, they would call me and say, can you do X? And I'd say, well, how is that going to work? How am I going to get compensated? And they said, well, you'll earn a paycheck. At what rate? Well, the $15 an hour. Well, fuck yeah, I'll do that then. So bust my ass in August and September, have all of my tuition paid for, and then not any work in October and the top half of November. But when everybody else is starting to get lazy, fuck yeah, I'll take $15 an hour. It's all about work, man. It's all about the work. But that's what we have. People don't want to work. People want to be lazy fucks. Let's see.
I don't understand what you're saying. You filed a motion that sought to strip her anonymity. You told the court that it should happen because you didn't like the time at which her counsel filed their complaint because it put your school at an inconvenience. They had to answer reporter questions, you said. Frankly, that seems to me like a small burden to bear after what Chessie went through. So you made the decision. You forced her to come forward. She was brave and did it. And now you're accountable for that. And quite frankly, I'm astounded you've been nominated. I can't believe we're sitting here having this conversation today. And I, for one, will not support your nomination for these reasons. People who put assault victims through this kind of torture shouldn't sit on the bench. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wow. We need more people like him. I can't see this guy without thinking about him shitting his pants and running through the halls of Congress on January 6th. Well, here's the thing. I'm not going to worry about his behavior on January 6th because we didn't elect him in to be brave. We elected him in to be a congressperson. There were a lot of people that were scared on January 6th. Personally, people should be glad that I wasn't in charge of the Capitol Police on January 6th. Anybody that breached the fucking Capitol building, I would have fucking shot. I'm not joking. I'm not kidding. If you breached the Capitol building, those are his people. He was part of inciting them. Yes. But unless you can show me a clip where he specifically told them to storm in the Capitol, I think he got what he deserved because he riled up a hornet's nest. But I've never been given a conclusive piece where anybody said we should storm into the Capitol. I think a crowd got out of control, and then rightfully so. Like, some of the people that showed up had zip ties. Me, if I'd been in charge of the Capitol Defense that day, I would have pulled all the officers back into the building, and I would have made it very clear the use of live ammunition is authorized. And when those people breached the door, I would have fucking lit them up. Fuck them. All the people that say, oh, the January 6th demonstrators should have been, fuck them. That's an insurrection against your own government. 2 to the chest, 1 to the head. Yeah, they erected the world's saddest gallows. But no, I think the people on January 6th that stormed the Capitol, 2 to the, yeah, that's treason. 2 to the chest, 1 to the head. Just like this one. People,
I don't understand what you're...
If you're in the military and you do this, you have violated your oath to the Constitution, and you deserve to be put in jail for the rest of your life.
Move, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way. Move, bitch.
Military and you do this, you have violated your oath to the Constitution.
No, you haven't. I'm so tired of people who never served in the fucking military saying you violated your oath of office. First of all, I love Florida. I love Florida even more now because Florida has said if you surround a car and the driver is fearful for their life, if they plow through you, the driver won't be prosecuted. Good. You know where protesters should be? On the fucking sidewalk. Yeah, he didn't hurt anybody. He continued to drive in a slow and safe manner. You know who's a fucking dumbass? Somebody who steps in front of a fucking Humvee. Look, we have got to get the fucking crazy in this country under control. Look, Donald Trump, you don't like Rosie O'Donnell. That's cool. You don't like Rosie O'Donnell. You're not required to like Rosie O'Donnell. She's entitled to her constitutionally protected freedom of speech. The shit that Rosie O'Donnell says makes my blood boil. I have zero respect for Congress. I don't support January 6th, but if Congress was worth the shit, January 6th wouldn't have happened. You're absolutely right. Not, you know? What do you mean the military works for him? He pays taxes. Yeah, the military works for him. He pays taxes. No. This is also... This one's going to be a little spicy, but we're going to show it because these are the conversations I'm having to have with people like
America.
I have to have these conversations with people and it makes my fucking head hurt. Okay. People that want to like use the Bible. People that want to use the Bible for all sorts of shit that it's not relevant to.
if you've read Revelations, is not in Revelations.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to talk about that. And we need to say, why is America not in Revelations? And I think we could come up with all kinds of theories, but I know for a fact it's not in there.
Yeah, America is not in the Bible for the same reason that Ford F-150s are not in the Bible. He was Jesus of Nazareth, not Jesus of North Dakota. He was born in Bethlehem, not Boise, Idaho. He called himself the King of the Jews, not the King of New Jersey.
And he was given that entire vision and
Yeah.
shown all of that. He wasn't shown America. So there's a clear reason, and we don't know why. But
I was going to point out the contradiction between there's a clear reason and we don't know why, but I'm still trying to get past America in the Bible. I swear, if you ask these people to name all the original 13 colonies, one of them would probably be Israel. Because, like, America in the Bible, come on!
America, if
But
you've
this
read
is the
Revelation,
problem we have as a society. People that use the Bible for justification of anything. Look, man, the Bible was relevant at a certain time, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene is a quintessential example of America in decline. Yes, you're absolutely right. A group of voters have decided that that dumbass is the best that they can come up with out of their population to represent them in a democratic republic. You know what else isn't in the Bible? Let me see what else isn't in the Bible. Canada, United States, Mexico, Central America, South America, Europe, Antarctica. Guns. Yeah, guns aren't in the Bible. Asia, Japan, well, Nippon. You know what is in the Bible? The area of influence that the individuals who wrote the Bible. There's a reason why there's separation between church and state. Yes, there's a reason why there's a separation between church and state. Yeah, there's lots of incest in the Bible. We can't have a book about two gay penguins in the bookstore because the book about two gay penguins is offensive. But if you go over to the Bible section, there's a book about a guy who was banging his two daughters. Or do people forget that's in the Bible? Like, no offense, but I think we need to be a little bit more specific about what we want to be upset about. Chris Rock in the 90s, great comedy skit. He says, how do we get people to stop doing this shit? We'll say God said don't do it. People eating pork, dying of pork, dying because they eat pork. We'll say God said don't eat it. People stopped eating pork. Why? Because God said so. I don't think God is going to begrudge me a fucking pork chop. He beat his kids, but he didn't eat pork. We're living in a world where nobody wants to take personal accountability for their actions. Like a couple of years ago, I derped the shit out of an $80,000 profit. I don't blame anybody else but myself. I fucked up. I fucked it up. It's my fuck up. I could have been about $500,000 richer, but I fucked up. It's my accountability. I don't blame Charles Schwab. I don't blame the interface. I don't blame the phone company. I blame my own dumbass because I put my sell order in wrong. I blame myself. People don't take personal accountability for anything. In what way is being gay offensive for people? I've never gotten to ask someone what exactly offends them. It's always blanket, it's offensive, but it's never why it's offensive. Because it's not offensive. Being gay isn't offensive. Look, I've been hit on by gay guys. Hey man, I'm straight. That's it. That's the end of the fucking discussion. Now, Jehovah's Witnesses, on the other fucking hand, they don't accept no means no. The reason why it's not about being gay that offends people. It's about the fringe group of people that offends people. Because their egos won't allow them to admit when they're wrong. Exactly. Because you challenge them, they dig in. Remember, your id, your ego, and your super ego, all the parts of your subconscious are designed that if you're wrong, to not be wrong. Humans don't come with a feature that says, you're wrong, it's okay to be wrong. We come with the feature of, I'm wrong, I have to dig in. Yeah, you want to watch a radical Christian's head blow up, ask them if God never made mistakes, why did he create gay people? And then they'll turn around and say, well, God didn't create gay people. God gave people free will. So if he gave them free will, it must be okay, right? And that's the society we live in. But the other part of the society that we live in is anybody who pushes their agenda onto other people. Look, I don't care if you're gay. I don't care if you're queer. I don't care if you're lesbian. I don't care. I don't care if you're a mixed race couple. I don't care. I just don't want to see it. Because I want to live in a society with common sense and moral decency. Yeah, more money into the church. Why is it God is infinitely wise and all-knowing, but he always needs just a little bit more money? I don't care about any of that shit, and neither should you. The only thing you should care about with other people's relationships is most people interested in the dynamics of the relationship? No. What they should be interested in is, are both people of the age of consent, and are both people consenting? Go forth and multiply, God decreed. Oh, by the way, the methods in which you have to multiply like a commanded is a mortal sin. By following my order, you are doomed to burn in hell, bitch. Right. As a general rule, nobody cares about things that don't affect them. Put anything someone doesn't agree with in front of them, and they'll be upset. Right, exactly. If they don't agree with it, they become upset. Look, it's like I told my kids. I've told all of my kids this. I tell all of my kids this when they get into high school. Or when I start to catch them in compromising situations with a significant other. I just sit my kids down and I say, look, I'm not here to police your sex life. I am here to police my house. You have a bedroom. I don't want to walk in and find you fucking your boyfriend or your girlfriend on my couch, because that's fucking disrespectful. You have a bed. You have a bedroom door. You have sheets. Now, you're not going to be having sex with your boyfriend while I'm in my house. That ain't going to fucking happen. Because I'll grab him by the fucking scruff of the neck and toss his naked ass out on the fucking driveway. I don't give a shit, because I don't want to hear somebody fucking my daughter while I'm in my office. But because I like to be middle of the road, if you want to have intimate time with your consensual partner, then when I say to you, we're going to go out to dinner on Friday, you say, I would rather stay home. And then I'm going to look at you and I'm going to say, starfish. And you're going to say, starfish. And that's the end of the conversation. I know what your plan is on Friday. So then I'm going to go to fucking dinner with my wife and whichever of your siblings. And then I'm going to treat them to Cold Stone afterwards. And then when I'm finishing up at Cold Stone, I'm going to call your phone and I'm going to say, hey, just finished at Cold Stone. I'm on the way home. That is code for open the window, turn on the fans, air out the fucking smell of sex and condoms. When I get home, you and your boyfriend should be sitting on the couch in the living room, holding hands on opposite fucking ass cushions, watching something from the Disney catalog. I think that's a fair accommodation. I will create a 2.5 hour window so that you're not fucking in a car or under the bleachers. At the same time, you're gonna have the common sense and decency to not have the fucking used condom on the top of the fucking trash. I think that's fair for everybody involved. You might say that that's not how you want to parent, and I will say to you, that is cool. They are not your kids. You might say, I don't care if my kid is having sex in their bedroom. And I will also say, that's cool. They're not your kids. But the moment you tell me what I should be doing, I'm going to say, hold up. Those aren't your kids. If you find it offensive, look the other direction. Now, does one parent parenting in a certain way impact all the parents in a neighborhood? Yes, they do. And I'd like to bring back this really, really antiquated idea that is called, as a parent, I don't allow my kid to be around kids that I don't think are being parented correctly. I'm not going to tell the other parent how to parent their kid, but I sure as fuck am not going to let my kid around there. I bet 90% of people on right now freaking out about drag queens have never actually seen one in real life. They only know what they see about from them in their online echo chamber. I will be completely honest. I don't remember the last time I saw a drag queen in real life, in face to face, because I don't frequent places that they frequent. They don't frequent places that I frequent. Now, do I have an opinion about drag queens reading books to kids at the local library? Yes, I do. I will also tell you, I have the same fucking opinion about doctors, nurses, teachers, priests, nuns, rabbis, imams reading at the public library. Right? I think the people that should be reading to kids at the public library are, one, library employees, and two, other parents. Community members. But Jay, some of those people you rattled off are community members. You're right. Some of the people I rattled off are community members, and they should be there as a community member. Where should the priest and the nun be reading to the kids? At the fucking Catholic school, at church, at Sunday school. That's where the priest and the nun should be reading. That way they don't have to be offended by all the fucking reading material in the library. Where should the rabbi be reading to the kids? In Jewish school. Where should the imam be reading? In Islam school. Right? That's where they should be. This isn't Dr. So-and-so at the library reading to the kids. This is Tommy's dad. This is Susie's dad. I've always wondered why people care about gay marriage so much. Like, if it doesn't really affect you, why you worry about it? Just let people be happy. Because if you want to know the honest to God truth, it's because they're miserable in their own marriages. Yeah, you don't care about kids who reads at the library, but you caveat that with there should be zero other agenda attached beyond reading. If you're there pushing any ideology, get fucked. Right, get fucked. And that's what the Enough is Enough party's slogan is going to be. Enough is enough. We're the middle. We're the common sense party. And if you don't like it, get fucked. That's our motto. Get fucked. If you don't like it, get fucked. People don't really care about gay marriage until you make it their problem. Except they do. And that's what's fucking terrible about it. People that don't know anybody who's gay being married have an opinion about gay marriage. I mean, look at how it is going for trans people right now. All right, I'm going to say something really controversial. It's going really bad for trans people right now because trans people are picking a fight in order to pick a fight, and they're picking fights they're going to lose. I think they can read to whomever they want, whenever they want. It's up to the parents to decide whether or not they want their child to be there and listen. At a library, I kind of disagree with you for this reason. As long as you're there and you're a community member reading at the library, not pushing an agenda, I'm cool with that. But if you're using the library to push an ideology, like, for example, I wasn't aware that there were a lot of drag queens reading at the library. I wasn't aware this was a thing that they frequented. But then they started doing it for a political reason. Well, you're using children as political currency in a political fight. That's bullshit. That shouldn't be going on. If you think your rights are being infringed upon, then how about you tell me where your rights are being infringed upon other than at the public library reading to children? Because if the only place that you can come up with is a problem, then maybe you're pushing an agenda. But as far as people, like, I remember when the military started allowing for same-sex marriage. And for me, it was a non-starter. People were like, hey boss, what's up? I need to understand what I'm entitled to do about the same-sex marriage thing. We're in a state that allows it. Go down to the courthouse. Well, I heard that for some people there, are you one of those people? Are you stationed at that base? Well, I heard, stop. You're at a base in a state where same-sex marriage is legal. You can go down to the courthouse, you can get married. If you have a friend at another base that has a problem, they need to talk to their chain of command, because I'm not about to fucking piss in somebody else's Cheerios. I'm not about to tell you anything that then it becomes a talking point. You're asking me a question on behalf of another service member. Here's what I'll do for you. You can give the other service member my phone number. They can VFR to me direct so that I can get a read on the situation, but we're not playing the telephone game. I'm telling you, if you want to marry your boyfriend, go to the courthouse. Done. That's all the briefing I have for you. We're not doing a briefing for somebody else through the grapevine. And sure as shit, somebody from another base did call me and ask me a question. I was like, holy shit, that's what I get. Be like, hi, this is Captain J, what's up? I have a friend at your base and they said to call you if I had questions. I said, great, first of all, this is just gonna be a conversation. Why aren't you going through your own chain of command? My chain of command is bigoted and openly is against same-sex marriage. Alrighty, so what you've just done is reported to me a crime. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you a phone number. I'm gonna exfil myself out of this conversation. I'm going to give you a person's phone number. You need to call them. I have to call them and give them your number, because if you don't call them, they're gonna call you, because you've just reported a crime to me. That's why I don't want to be involved in this shit. If they say it's legal, it's legal. I'm all for trans rights, but holy fuck, am I sick of trans people at this point? It's not my life's focus, or honestly my responsibility to help you pay for your lifestyle. I'd say the same thing to anyone. I'm not your dad. I don't have to pretend to love you. Yeah. Yeah. That's, I think, why everybody is so sick of the narrative right now. Look, if you're a transsexual, if you've got gender identity disorder, if you've got gender dysphoria, and before anybody jumps my shit and says those other two aren't real, yes, they are. They're in both of the fucking diagnostic manuals for mental health disorders, right? I 100% don't want to be a roadblock to whatever you want. I also don't want to fund what you want. But I don't want to fund anything that anybody wants. I want to fund what I want. Should the taxpayer money be used to fund gender reassignment surgery? No. Because taxpayer money shouldn't be used to pay for anybody's medical treatment if it's an elective treatment. We can't talk about the problems because nobody wants to define what the problem is. That transgender TikTok, that Lily Trino TikToker who's taking pictures in the Disney bathroom, right? Look, if you're taking photographs in a bathroom, I don't give a shit what you identify as. I don't give a shit what your orientation is, what your gender identity is. All I know is that you've got a fucking phone out taking photos in a bathroom at a place that there's kids in the backgrounds of your photos. If a parent wants to walk up to you and press charges against you, and your state allows for that, I have zero sympathy for you. And I think people need to watch the movie G.I. Jane, and they need to listen to the general. If it wasn't about making statements, we wouldn't be making statements about not making statements. Right? And who the fuck ranks bathrooms? That's obviously rage bait. Imagine people being pissed at you when you do it. Right. Now, inside of travel communities, people do rank bathrooms. But they give you like the parental thing. Like parents groups do it. Right? Parents groups do it. And autistic communities do it. And there's a reason why. And let me see if I can and I'll show you a reason why they do that. So what I might do for you, if you have small kids and it's your first trip to Universal Studios, I will oftentimes show people this map, and I will teach people about right here. And I will tell people is right there on the backside of Seuss Landing is an amazing little spot to rest. And the reason I do that is because there is a freestyle machine right here, and there's also a bathroom right here, and you can go this way around Seuss Landing. So if you've already done Seuss Landing and your kids need to go to the bathroom, you can go right there, and then when you want to leave, you can go around either way. That's what parents groups do with bathrooms. We don't rank them inside of them. That's fucking weird, right? And I agree with you. And there are Disney bloggers and Universal bloggers that'll take a picture of the bathroom when nobody else is in there. But taking pictures of other people's kids, that's weird. That's bizarre and shit. It's really hard to defend people who keep acting out with behavior that's not acceptable for anyone and who cries discrimination. No one else is doing that shit consequence free. We aren't calling you out for being trans. We're calling you out for breaking the social contract. I think that's a big problem because number one, you're absolutely right. I agree with you. But I think number two, I think there's a lot of bigoted motivation when you didn't have a problem with people breaking the social contract, and now a transgender is breaking the social contract. You haven't addressed this shit yet? Which one? Your sister-in-law is gay. She's married. My opinion on gay marriage is hard. Leave them the fuck alone and let them deal with their own problems. What social contract? Hobbes, Rousseau, John Locke, the social contract that like most people never get taught about in school. It's a bad problem because we're not teaching the social contract in school, and we expect people to know it. What if it really is discrimination, though? It's not discrimination. If you're not familiar with the social contract, the 2-second Reader's Digest version is, it's a philosophical concept describing an agreement between individuals and their government. Like, for example, I say this all the time to make people understand the social contract. If someone pisses me off, I don't not kill them because I value their life. I not kill them because I have an aversion to an 8x6 cell. And when I say that, I get like a weird look from people. I don't believe in the sanctity of all human life if the human lives are making themselves below the line of sanctified. The only reason why I don't unalive them is because I don't want to spend the rest of my life in an 8x6 cell. Understanding that about me is really important, because then when you understand that's my top line philosophy, and I follow it up with, if you hurt my children, I will save the state a lot of money because I will take care of you, and then I will wear an orange jumpsuit. Right? When people have, done shit that borderline threatens my children, I look at him and say, I will call the police and ensure you get arrested. And then I will push the cop to ensure I'm in the same cell with you. And then I don't know, he just fell. My kids are my life. I will, like, my kids are my life. I will eliminate you. The cruise ship stuff, not just social contract, it is actually illegal. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And in Florida, it is actually illegal to take photographs in a bathroom. So you're 100% correct. But even if it wasn't illegal, the social contract tells you that's inappropriate. That's inappropriate. Like, for example, men have a social contract. Men have a social contract. We do not talk in the bathroom. If you're a woman, you've never been in a men's room, we don't talk in the bathroom. We don't make eye contact. Talking in the men's bathroom, and except at like a sporting event, is kind of like, if you start talking, people are going to look at you weird. Like, why are you talking? You walk up to a urinal, you look straight ahead. You do not look left, you do not look right. Men also have a social contract in our bathrooms, right? And most men know this, right? If these are all the urinals on the wall, and I come in, the social contract tells me I take either the first one or the last one. Yeah, the next guy that comes in takes this one. The next guy that comes in, if sees this guy peeling off, goes and uses this one. We don't fill in the gaps until there's no choice. Right? Yeah, women are so different. Women will use the stall next to another woman in case they need to pass toilet paper under the stall wall. Men won't ask. Men won't ask. They simply won't. Men don't talk until they get to where you're washing your hands. And those are just how it is. Who decided on this? Well, you see, yeah, if in a men's bathroom, if there's no toilet paper in the stall, that's your fault. You should have looked. You should have looked before you sat. So you see, back in the old days, when dinosaurs were still crapping on us, right? I don't know why Nightbot is yelling at you. Ignore Nightbot. When dinosaurs still roamed the world, right? Men decided. Have you ever noticed that women will be like, I'm going to powder my nose, and all the women at the table will get up and go. A man will just say, excuse me, and none of the other men are like, hey, you going to take a piss? We'll come with you. Heard Superman movie was a political stance on Gaza and Israel. No. No. The Superman movie is the fucking Superman movie. Now, if you're talking about Batman, on the other hand, each of the Batman villains represents a different psychological disorder. Superman is just Superman. Look, I'm so fucking tired. I am so fucking tired of us putting real world shit on top of everything. It's like, if you haven't watched it by now, I'm not going to give any spoilers other than people were outraged at the Sandman because it has a transgender chauffeur. Look. If you can't get over the fact that there's transgenders in society, that's a you fucking problem. Stay out of society. With that said, if I know you're a transgender through casual interaction in society, you're a part of the problem too. I shouldn't know. Look, man, I just want a caramel macchiato, upside down, no non-fat milk, no foam. That's it. I didn't ask you a fucking question. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck I just want my coffee. But everything is like, what's your identity? Like here, I'm gonna show you guys another one that
If you're in the military and you do this, you have violated your oath to the Constitution.
No, they didn't violate their oath.
Deserve.
Shut the fuck up. Where is... Here. This is the shit that we're living with.
Since you want an explanation that you're not going to listen to anyway, I'm going to explain this to you very clearly. People who use ghost self pronouns do not actually think that they're a ghost since somebody told you that apparently. They just feel that ghost self is a perfect way to describe how they feel about their gender pronoun wise. Like it's the same thing in a different font. Why is this so difficult for you to grasp? It's such a simple concept, and third graders can understand it.
Well, because it's an illogical concept. That's why. It's not that we don't understand it. I mean, I kind of don't understand it. It's not real. That's the thing. Somebody commented and said, that makes total sense. I am giraffe self. I am koala self. That's how I feel about my gender. Pug me.
Why the fuck do I have to play this game? And I mean this. Look, why the fuck do I have to play the game where your gender is ghost self? I'm not playing your fucking game. I'm not playing this fucking game. I'm not. If I ask you your gender, if I make the fucking mistake of asking you your gender, and then you say your gender is ghost self or clown self, I'm going to look at you and I'm going to say, will you please excuse me? And I'm going to walk away. And I'm never going to come back to talk to you. Look, I get it. If you want to play the game where I have to engage in this insanity, then my pronouns are always in right. And I would appreciate if you would use both of my pronouns in all discussions I'm having with you. And I offended a lot of people years ago in the Ashes of Creation community, and then they started their shit with me. Like look. I am willing to summon the fellowship to Rivendell, and we can talk about they them. We can talk about they them. We can talk about it. I am willing to extend an olive branch halfway and say I am willing to change my understanding of the English language to refer to a single individual as a plural. However, I draw the line at ghost self. And I don't think I'm being unreasonable. I draw the line there. I do. I draw the line at ghost self. That's almost as bad as clown self. Now, what if it's like a cop demanding to know your gender? First of all, a cop will never, ever fucking ever ask me for my gender. A cop will never ask me for my gender. Because there is no reason for a cop to ever ask my fucking gender. Because nowhere does a cop ask for your gender. A cop asks for your biological sex as indicated on your fucking driver's license. Because the last time I checked, on your license, it doesn't have a G for gender, it has a S for sex. Because there is a difference between gender and biological sex. There is a very tiny percentage of people whose biological sex is not biological male or biological female. A very small percentage. Very teeny tiny. teeny, 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 tiny. Now, I'm not saying this to be offensive. I'm saying it because it's how we classify things scientifically. 49.9% of people, 49.9% of people, 49.9% are male, 49.9% are female. The other 0.001% of people are hermaphrodites or some form of intersex. That is their biological shell. That is their DNA. That is their genetic makeup. That has nothing to do with their gender. I don't give a shit how you identify yourself. I don't. But I care when you want me to buy into ghost self. I think that's where I draw the line, along with clown self. Right? I think that's where I draw the line. I am not going to play this game. I won't. I simply won't. And if that is what the talking point is, then I don't know how our society isn't doomed. Let me see if I can find that. I can't find it right now, but there's the girl that says she's got like 19 things that she identifies herself with. It's just ridiculous. Ghost self, yeah. It's not new. It's not new in the slightest.
Hi, I'm Cody. I am a...
It's this one. This one is...
One explanation that you're not gonna listen.
This is the one that people don't want to deal with this shit anymore.
A white, transmasculine, femme, non-binary, temporarily mostly able-bodied, neurodivergent, obsessive-compulsive, chronically ill, culturally Jewish, Unitarian Universalist, non-monogamous, demi-low romantic, gray demi-bisexual, survivor of acute and complex trauma, millennial, and cat parent in mental health recovery.
If you have to read your identities from a list, you might have too many. I truly don't understand the obsession with labels. Like, they're not worn like a badge of honor. This is not Pokemon. You don't gotta catch them all. I thought this was satire. I was hoping it was satire. That's why every time somebody sent it to me to react to, I put it off. No, Cody doubled down.
A whole bunch of people asked me if it was satire as soon as I put it out. And of course I said no because I was upset and because those were labels that I went by. But I suppose the answer to the question is this satire is a little bit more complex and, dare I say, nuanced. I still do use most of those labels. The temporarily mostly able-bodied one was an experiment of a label that did not work.
No shit.
But the point of the video was kind of that even though I do use all of those labels, it still piles up and feels like a lot sometimes.
No shit.
Yes, it was meant to poke fun at myself a little bit. It was not meant to become a place for folks to let out hate because people use micro-labels or neo-pronouns. I remain...
So you see where the issue arises? You posted the video to poke fun at yourself, probably because you realize how comical it is, but then when people call it for what it is, you consider it hatred? It's almost like an identity crisis, right? And it's okay to be figuring yourself out, obviously, but why do your labels and identities need to be on display for everybody? Like, it's the most interesting thing that you bring to the table. Just be yourself. Live your life. Not everything needs a label. It needs to be categorized. Cody, what I will say is you are the neo-pronoun, micro-pronoun, identity final boss, but don't get upset when people criticize your 25 plus labels when you put them out on display, especially when you said the video was originally posted to poke fun at yourself. Guys, just...
Like, here's the thing, ready? I think everybody can make some assumptions, some guesses as to this person's identity. And if you did, fucking shame on you because never told you. But some of you were already thinking to yourself, this person is this person is this person is that, this person is the other. I don't give a fuck about any of what you are. What's your opinion on the video? That's all I wanted. And I agree with you. Thank you for sharing your opinion on the video. And that's our problem. Like, that guy's 100% more interested in seeing me naked than my girlfriend naked. See, but he didn't tell you that. He didn't tell you that. I think we can all safely guesstimate that, but I don't give a shit. Look, man, I like your point of view. I met a guy once, 25 years ago. I met the guy, he was cool, we were talking, and somebody said to me once, like, do you know he's gay? I was like, I don't care. I'm not trying to sleep with him. What's up? That's our problem. Look, he clearly likes Asian culture with the fan on his wall. Sure, exactly. I clearly like, I like books, right? Even though they're fake, I like books. We are just so fucking disconnected. That's the trap. You're required to inherently know, be accepting of people, but then not use context clues to figure them out. Yeah. That in becomes part of the problem. I'm supposed to know everything about you, and if I get anything about you wrong, I'm the bad guy, but you didn't tell me anything about you, but you don't want me to judge you. Like, the fuck? The fuck world we living in here? Like, I love this. This makes me so happy, right? This one made me smile.
You want to find a parallel universe where your girlfriend does not break up with you? Okay, I can get you into another universe. Okay, that's the easy part. Maybe the hard part is, how about in this universe, just stop being a dick? Okay, then I wouldn't have to work out what other universe might take you.
Stop being a dick. Like Will Wheaton's law, man. Don't be a dick. Stop being a dick. Just stop being a fucking dick. Can't we just get there? Why can't we get there?
Morning, Deputy Regan St. John's County Sheriff's Office. 2 reasons I'm stopping you. 1, Pine Island speed limit's 25. You were going 36. Okay. That's still 10 miles per hour over the posted speed limit. It's 25. No, it's not 25?
So I was going at 35.
So that's 10 over. You just told me that you're going 10 over the posted speed limit. Yes, you did. You said you're going 35, right?
Yeah, but I said
that's a 25.
35.
No, ma'am. The whole thing's 25. The other issue is your license plate cover is illegal. You can't have a tinted license plate cover over your license plate. Before I ask for any documentation, are there any weapons in the vehicle? Guns, knives, hand grenades, tomahawk missiles? Okay, I need your driver's license, registration, proof of insurance from you.
Okay. Can I just go to my driver's?
No. I need your driver's license, registration, proof of insurance.
Okay.
I am not going to ask again.
I'm not driving.
You're not
traveling.
Stand by. Step out.
Are you serious?
Get out of the car.
Oh my god.
Starbreak test 9, code 1.
Don't do that shit.
Okay.
First up, 30 pages deep. Good job.
Not in 500 RGB.
That's the fastest fucking sovereign citizen bullshit. We're not even playing that game. I don't know what's up with these fucking citizens, but number one, you're fucking driving. You're driving a car. You are operating a motor vehicle. You have the right to travel between states. You do not have the right to operate a motor vehicle without a fucking driver's license. And unfortunately, we're living in a world where, as I said earlier, people don't want to be held accountable for their bullshit. Not me. They watch too many sovereign citizen YouTubes. Now, are there some parts about the sovereign citizen movement that are good? Yeah. Yeah. Like, how do you even become a sovereign citizen? Like, were you raised that it even came up? Well, what happens is a sovereign citizen meets another sovereign citizen, and they find out about a couple of the groovy loopholes, right? Yeah, that shit was during the horse times. That shit from the Articles of Confederation that they constantly quote was that we are the United States of America, even though each state is recognized as a sovereign nation, no sovereign nation could deny entry to any other citizen. It's kind of like Europeans understand this, where European Union, they're a collection of all independent countries, but what they've decided is we're not going to make you have a visa and a passport to travel. They're going to create this thing that you can just travel around. Now, somebody said, could natives be considered sovereign citizens on reservation land? They are sovereigns on the reservation land. And understanding the reservation law is really, really important, because while they're on their land, you have to ask if you can go, if law enforcement can go on there and make an arrest. Because while they're on the reservation, they are technically in another nation. They are in the tribal nation. Some people have this belief that police officers can only give a ticket in the town that they work in. That is incorrect. A police officer's badge, right, will say state of Illinois, state of Indiana. There is a job called a town marshal that their badge does not say state of, it says town of. Normally, town marshals have been deputized by the county sheriff. Although they work and get paid for by the town, they've been deputized. That allows them to do prisoner transfers outside of the town. But town marshals know that where they cannot where they can and cannot function. And then some people are of the belief that if they are fleeing and they get out of a state, that the state police have to stop at the border. And I don't know why people have this stupid fucking view of this, because what happens is, if you're pursuing a suspect and you're about to hit state lines, you're on dispatch and the next state is ready to pick up, and the next state gives one-time authorization. Badge 65 in pursuit coming across the MLK bridge. Please remain in pursuit. Pursuit will be picked up by 2 St. Louis officers on our side of the bridge. Please remain in pursuit. And then you remain in pursuit, and then what'll happen is the radio call will be Illinois 65, back off, allow St. Louis Metro to take lead on the chase. And then if I'm the cop that's chasing across the bridge, I say, Roger, I'm backing off. I will be the tertiary unit. And then I'm just driving behind. I remain there in support. They coordinate all the time. People will be like, I got over the state border. Illinois can't do nothing. And St. Louis cops are like, hold on a second. You want this fuckhead? Yeah, here you go. This is your fuckhead. You can take him. Sovereign citizens don't understand the law. They think that if they get across the state, now, if you get across the Mexican border, that's a different story. That's a different story. Mexico don't want your shit either. If you're racing towards the fucking Mexican border, Mexico will stop you. And they stop you pretty seriously. They fucking shoot you. You're crossing their border illegally while you're being chased. So as far as sovereign citizens, they do enough research to find the shit that makes sense to them, but then not enough to understand this has been overturned. Well, under the Articles of Confederation, are we in the Articles of Confederation? No. Hi. Hi. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. You're just being a handball for the people. Alrighty. So, I do want to say thank you to my community today. during today's show, somebody made a donation to Extra Life. Means a lot to me. I will be doing some Extra Life stuff in the fall, but it's for the kids. Unfortunately, today I cannot go long. I've wanted to try to peace out for the last 59 minutes. I had a scope on my throat done today while they try to figure out what's wrong with me. My voice box is shot. So I'm going to get out of here. I will see you guys on Wednesday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't think you will be getting